puede pagar la música así porque me va a tocar probar el audio y video con China aquí en Lightroom. ¿Quieres que lo pague? O sea, el A de la música.
Ya.
Eso. Y ahora asigne a Shayna al live room. ¿Cómo te fue caminando, mi gordo?
Tengo una ardilla y un gato.
Una ardilla y un gato. ¡Wow! Buenísimo, Joaquín. Necesito.
¿Ya te bañó?
Oh, my. Zapato.
¿No está pasando de qué? Shayna se desconectó. Se desconectó.
Es que estás escuchando me hablan en español.
Bien.
A video que me estás escuchando en español.
¿Dónde está?
Good morning, afternoon, wherever you're all joining us from. Honestly, day 4, I have no idea how we got here already. I'm not going to lie, it's a blur for me, but it's been amazing nonetheless. I can't believe we are officially more than halfway there. So no better way to celebrate the start of day 4 than with Cruisin', Michael, and Reed to get us started. If you don't know Cruisin', they're going to tell you more. But they are on a mission to make cruise advising easier for all, managing the trip, communication with your clients, and booking all in one place. So as a reminder, before I hand it over, that we'll be doing a fun giveaway. We are giving away 15 Starbucks gift cards for every day for those who attend the CoffeeSpots. And you have a chance to enter. And yes, you can enter daily. So continue to join us today and, of course, tomorrow. Details on how to enter will be given at the end of the CoffeeSpot. So that is enough for me. Welcome, Reed and Michael, and I hand it over to you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you have your coffee, and I hope you are ready to see something amazing. My name is Reed. I'm the founder of Cruisin', and a little bit about me. I am a technologist first and foremost. I actually have been in travel for about a decade. My previous startup was called Travel Bank. We founded that, and that was in the corporate travel space. And now we are on to a new startup, and that startup is called Cruisin'. And funnily enough, you know, as a technologist, I always am looking at ways things are done and thinking about how to do things better with technology. And I'm also a cruiser. And so one story that I always like to share is I actually have booked a cruise for my children for their 16th birthday, all 3 of them. And every time I would book their rooms, I would always think to myself, like, why is booking a cruise so hard, right? And so when we set out to build Cruisin', we actually set out to really fix that process. But what I learned as I got into it is it's not only hard for consumers, it's also hard for advisors. And so we're here to show you today how Cruisin' can make your life just a little bit easier. I'll pass it over to Michael also for his intro.
Awesome. Well, hey, everybody. My name is Michael Catlow, and I am also thrilled to be here with you as we introduce you to the Cruisin' platform. It's something I truly believe is a game changer for travel advisors. So as a passionate traveler myself who's personally visited over 60 countries and many of them through cruising, I've also spent over a decade in the travel industry. During that time, I've worked as both a hosted travel advisor and an agency owner, training hundreds of advisors along the way. And with cruising making up more than 50% of our agency's total sales, I was absolutely blown away when I first saw Cruisin'. The technology, the simplicity, and the time-saving features are unlike anything I've ever seen before. It's completely transforming how we as advisors sell, book, and manage our cruise sales. So when I first connected with Reed, I was immediately impressed by his technology background, his vision, his industry knowledge, and commitment to empowering travel advisors with technology to make their lives easier. He's built a platform that is designed to help advisors streamline their workflow and ultimately sell more cruises. And so that's why I'm super excited to have joined Reed and the Cruisin' team as the head of travel advisor operations. And my job is to help advisors like you leverage this incredible platform to maximize your success. So I'm so excited for all of you to see what Cruisin' can do for you today.
All right, so we all know this. Cruise advising is hard. Michael, you want to share a little bit more about your experience here?
Yeah. So everybody, so again, 10 years in the travel business and booking lots of cruises. Like, we all know that cruising can be a very complicated process. It can take a lot of time to get a commitment from a customer. There's a lot of communication back and forth, emails, quotes, this, that, multiple people getting involved. We have to use multiple tools and platforms, from CRMs, booking tools, different cruise lines, host agency platforms, etc. And so as you see what Cruisin' offers for you today, you're going to see that this is going to solve all of those problems in one incredible platform.
And so when we look at like kind of the tools that exist today for cruise advisors specifically, you know, we really sort of wanted to reimagine how we could build those tools to make it a little bit better. So, you know, a lot of the tools that are out there today really sort of just sort of embrace that complicated process. And we wanted to actually sort of challenge all of us as advisors to change the way that we work a little bit. And if we change the way that we work by utilizing technology, we can really pay a lot of dividends back to ourselves by really streamlining the whole process. And so we really see the cruise booking process as this sort of 5-step process. You source your client, you engage your client, you quote your client, you collect payment authorization from your client, and then you book for your client. And so the way that we do that is essentially, in a nutshell, is we take you and your customer and we put you guys in the same place. And we're going to talk about how we do that. We're going to show a demo today, and we're going to go through it step by step so you can kind of see this reimagined cruise advising process. And by streamlining every stage of the sales lifecycle for you guys, we also believe that you can save 50% of your time on every cruise booking. And what's really great about this quote is that this is something that we didn't make up. This actually came through feedback from advisors back to us once they started using the platform. All right, so we're going to get straight into a demo. This is the exciting part. The way that we're going to treat this, so I'm going to go through the demo. I have it here, and we're going to take questions as we go. So we would prefer to actually make this a little bit interactive. We do have some slides that we'll share after the demo, but I'll be presenting, and Michael is going to be, as usual, the voice of the advisor. So he'll be presenting the questions to me as they come up, as they pertain to what you're about to see. So let's go ahead and get started.
And Reed, already in the comments/questions, Mary said, I just booked my first cruise and I had a vendor do it for me because I couldn't figure it out. That was already one of the first comments that we've had today.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So I think we all know that cruise advising is hard for sure. So, okay. So here is Cruisin'. So what you have on the left side of the screen, this is actually the Cruisin' web app. And the web app is designed specifically and entirely for advisors. This is a collaboration tool, it's a research tool, and it's a sales tool for you to use. You also have here on the right, this is the mobile application. And the mobile application is designed for your customer's experience. Okay, so your customer actually uses the mobile app when they're interacting with Cruisin' and ultimately when they're interacting with you. Now, here's the thing. So the first thing that we always say is it all starts with a trip. So in this case, we're going to create a trip, Jane's birthday cruise. We're going to put where we're sailing from, and I'm going to go ahead and say the Southeast US, and I'm going to say sailing anywhere, and then in July, and then you create the trip. Now, I'm not going to do that. I've already created a trip, but it's important to understand. You have the trip name, you have where you're going from or to, and then you also have the dates at which you want to travel. And that's really all of the information that you need to create the framework for a conversation with your customer. So the way that you should think about a trip is the trip is basically the container for an interaction and a conversation around ultimately selling a cruise. So you've created that trip, and we have what's called a trip invitation up here in the top right. And all you do is you copy this link and you actually will send this to your customer. So you might text your customer email and say, hey, we're actually using Cruisin' to help you select a cruise and book a cruise for you. So just tap this link and sign up. When your customer signs up, what begins to happen is they'll create a profile. And when they create a profile, they're actually put into the trip with you. And this is where we start to see some of the dividends begin to pay off for the way that we've constructed this experience. Because instead of like getting on a phone call with a customer and qualifying them and then going back and doing all the research in some other tool, maybe in your office somewhere or behind the scenes, and then bringing back a quote, instead of doing all of that, we actually put you and your customer in the same place so that you can see the same things at all times. And so what you see here is we have the navigator. The navigator is the section where we contain our conversation. We have the cruises tab and we have the rooms tab, which contains your cabin configuration. And what you see is that it's actually the same for the customer as it is for you. So in this case, I'm Jane. I've already joined the trip. I'm actually going to add my husband, John, here to the cruise. So I'm just going to add a guest. And what you will see happen is, and immediately it will update here in your cabin configuration. You can actually add multiple rooms. This platform is actually really good for trips. And we're going to go, we'll see some slides on some of the things that I show as well, but I don't mind showing you here live. I think it's better actually to see it here. So one of the things that we can do for you is your customer can actually invite their friends and family by hitting this link here. So if I tap this link as your customer, I can send a link to my friends and family, and now they will actually end up joining the trip. And when they've joined the trip, they can become a part of the conversation. You can also chat with your customer. We're excited to help you book a cruise. So this becomes then a true interaction between you and your customer. I really would like to know more about where to go. Okay, so what I want to highlight here is this becomes like interactive, and it's a back and forth conversation between you and your customer. Now, one thing that is important to understand here is you also have the cruises list. One second here. So with the cruise list, this is where you can actually easily sort and filter down to the right cruises that you think are going to be relevant for your customers. So here I can look at all the cruises. I can say, okay, well, I just want to see Royal Caribbean. You think Jane will like these cruises. And then you can view all the cruise details. And when you found one that you think is relevant, you actually will just like the cruise. And when you like the cruise, this will show up in the cruise lists or in the navigator for your customer, and they'll also get a notification. From there, the customer can actually pull up and see the same cruise information. And so by doing this, you actually get rid of the entire sort of back and forth process of, hey, let me go do my research. Let me send you a quote. If that quote's wrong, I have to go actually do more research and bring it back again. From there, Jane may also look at the cruise list themselves and filter and sort it on their own as well. So you can filter by price, you can filter by tags, you can filter by which cruises the advisors liked already, and everything else. So there's a lot of ways where you can get down to the data or get down to the cruise list that's relevant for this particular trip. Another thing that you can do here also that we like to show is that you can actually save the filter list. So here, I already filtered it down to, let's see, I filtered it down to Royal Caribbean, but I'm going to say only show me 6 to 9 day cruises. So I applied that, and when I hit save, what this does is this actually makes it so that this is the default view for my customer when they view the cruises list. And so again, the whole idea is to make it really easy to find the right cruise for your customer to go on. And so in this case, I'm actually going to find one here. I'm going to hit this Royal Caribbean cruise here, and I'm going to go ahead and hit select. And this is really important because when you hit select, what this does, this actually changes the cruise tab to the cruises tab to the cruise tab. And now this is saying, hey, this is one that we're going to book for this particular customer. And so this really basically streamlines the entire cruise selection process. Now, one thing I want to highlight is you also have the ability to support multiple customers at once. So you can see I actually have 6 trips here on the left. And in this instance, Jane is a part of a couple of these trips. So I'm going to go to Joe's anniversary, okay? And I'm going to say hi. I'm just going to send a message. And what you're going to see happen is this trips list is dynamic. So this little green indicator here tells me actually that I need to pay attention to this trip and that I got a message exactly 1 or less than 1 minute ago, or in this case, just now. But as time passes, this will update to let you know which trips you actually need to pay attention to. So it also helps you kind of streamline and bring all of your conversations in one place with your customers, which we think is really powerful because now you don't have to chase down conversations over text, over email, over WhatsApp, or Messenger, or whatever else, right? Once you begin to bring your customers in here, all of the conversations can be managed in one place. So we've selected the cruise. Now we're going to show you some features that we're working on that we haven't released yet, but we're really excited to preview them for you. So I'm going to pull back up the
Reed.
slide here. Yep.
Reed, can I read a few questions to you?
Sure,
I've answered some of them in the chat already, but I think maybe you could explain a little bit more.
Sure.
So does the platform source all available cruise lines, both large and small, and yachts, and also river cruises?
Good question. So we currently support 32 cruise lines. If you go to our help desk, we have an article on our help desk that lists all of the cruise lines that we support today. That's at help.cruising.com.
Great. There's also got a couple things in here. Sweet. That is cool. That's awesome. Wow. I'm liking this so far. A question is all the communication via chat or via Navigator?
Can you repeat the question, please, Michael?
All the communication back and forth with the client, would you use Navigator for all of that communication?
Yes, the intent is to begin to use Navigator for that conversation. The reason being, we think that's really powerful because if you can imagine your customer has this platform in their hands, they might not be thinking about cruises all the time. Maybe they're going through their day, but they might sit down at night, be sitting on their couch and browsing cruises. They might like one, and that might actually give you an indication to come back and re-engage with this customer. So yeah, the interactions do happen in Navigator. However, there are some other communication items that do go out from the platform, like booking confirmations. They will send an email to the customer and etc. So there are some things that do happen via email, but those are more automated messages and not necessarily based on your conversation with the customer.
Awesome. One other question so far, but there's a few other fun comments. Anthony Cooper says, love the product, have 4 bookings in 1 week with 3 more on the way. There's some heart emojis going in and stuff like that. And then one of the questions that I think is really important was about the pricing, about the price that you see on the cruise. Is it an estimated price or starting price or actual price? So if you could touch on that, as well as the host agency affiliation and how that would work, would be great.
Okay, so the pricing is estimated, but it is live pricing. So we basically sync the pricing every day, 1 time a day. I believe it's in the morning. And so this is the pricing as of this morning. And that's also, by the way, the same for the cruise availability. So we sync that on a daily basis. The way that we think about pricing, and this is really important, right? Ultimately, it's the advisor is the ultimate authority on the pricing. And so you'll see how we incorporate that into the cruise sales and booking process as we go through the rest of the presentation. But the pricing is estimated, and it's ultimately up to the advisor to set the pricing. And we know that's really relevant because a lot of times you'll have deals that may not be publicly available. And so that's important for us to sort of embrace and make sure we communicate to the customer.
That's great. Reed, while you still have the demo pulled up and we were talking about different cruise lines, a great question just came in from Jana. Can we narrow down the cruise line and restrict options before the client sees it? Or does the client able to see everything in the sea of options? Which is a great question and a very common one from most of our advisors.
Yes, this is a great question. So basically, in your advisor profile, you can set preferred cruise lines. So let's say you only want to serve a certain 4 or 5. You can just click the ones that you prefer to source and support. And when your customers are on the platform, they will only see those cruise lines. So that is a great question. And we built a feature specifically to address that concern. As we started to engage with customers, with advisors, we heard that request loud and clear, and that's something we were able to accommodate. So.
Awesome. There's a few more questions that are coming in, but let's have you go back to the slides and then we'll do a few questions after you go through a few more features.
Okay, so let's continue then. All right, so there's a couple of things that I didn't show in the demo, but we wanted to talk through it. And some of these things you might have seen, but we'll probably recover them. So the first is we also talk about that value chain for where cruising can help you. And one of the big ways that we can help you is, I think, obtain new business, right? Growth. And so we have this ability in the profile. You have this thing that we call an advisor link. And the advisor link is a link that you can share out on your social media, or you can share it on the newsletter or wherever you like. If someone taps that link, then and they'll be prompted to download the app and create a trip. And when they do that, it actually shows up in your trips list. And that's really important because this is a way where we think this actually helps you get in front of new customers, right? And more particularly, we think this will bring in more of the do-it-yourselfer types where they might actually want to use an app first instead of calling someone. And so when that person taps the link and downloads and creates that trip, it'll show up in your trips list, and you can immediately start to engage with them through your instance of cruising. So we really think this is a really powerful feature.
Reed, can I tell a real life story on that real quick?
Sure, sure.
Okay, so to all of you advisors out there, right? This is something that, again, as an advisor myself, absolutely blows me away. See, I want you to think about social media and how many times have we posted a deal or a promo or a holiday special, and we've posted it on our social media, but we have no idea if that client actually goes directly to the cruise line or to some random website and books that cruise. So we're marketing and promoting. So we've used this within our agency and actually just put our advisor link publicly and said, hey, to all of your all of our do-it-yourself cruiser types, why don't you go ahead, click this link, set up a trip, put in your preferences, and then I, as an advisor, will have the opportunity to get you the best price, the best perks, and with all of those amenities. So it's been this amazing blend, this amazing hybrid of being able to work with those do-it-yourself style shoppers. But the cool thing is we get an automatic email, an automatic notification for every trip that they've created. So we know what they're looking at. And then with Navigator, as they're liking cruises or selecting certain preferences and start asking questions, we get that notification. So this to me right here is one of those great features for that lead generation, especially for social media or newsletters that you may have access to.
That's a good point, Michael. And also I'll add that if you have a customer who uses Cruisin' and books with you, if they create a new trip, which they can do at any time for a future trip, they'll also automatically show up in your trips list. So once you land that customer, they can also easily become a repeat customer through the platform.
Great.
Okay, so then on the growth front, we talked about this a little bit. This helps you expand your existing customer base, so all of your customers can invite their friends and family. And again, this helps you bypass the group organizer, which we know that can be sometimes a little difficult, especially if you're having to translate all of your questions through a single person. Now you can actually get to the rest of the group and bring them into the conversation with you. We talk about the value that we bring in terms of the seamless collaboration. It's the ability to work with all of your customers in one place and also have them be in the same place as you. So you see what they see and they see what you see, and you can get feedback from them, as quickly as the tap of a button. Now, one thing I didn't mention in the demo, but it's just also we support the mobile app works for advisors too. So you can actually use this to manage all of your conversations while you're on the go as well. So you'll see all of your trips lists, you'll be able to tap into them, and you'll be able to communicate with your customers as needed on the mobile app. So I talked you through like getting to the point of where we select a cruise for a customer. I'm about to share with you a feature that we've built that is not live yet. So this is an early preview. This will be going live in March. But the next step kind of in this sort of reimagined cruise advising flow is quoting, right? And so what you can see here is there's a button here. It says quote room. And so you select the cruise and then you quote the room. And when you quote the room, you just enter some basic information. So you're going to enter the price, the taxes, the deposit amount, and the total due date. You can also enter the cabin information if you know it, and you then send that quote. And so basically what will happen is the customer gets an email and an in-app notification, and the navigator will be updated to tell them that they have a quote waiting for them. Okay, so then what is the next part of the process after quoting? Well, that is checkout. And so the customer will essentially, you see the notification here, they'll get it in Navigator, they will tap the notification. And what happens is we've built this essentially like a checkout screen. And so in the checkout screen, the customer easily enters all of their traveler profile information. So everything that's needed for them to go on the trip, as well as they can enter their payment information, their payment preference. Do I want to pay the full amount? Do I want to pay the deposit? And then they simply hit submit and approve. And when they do that, what that is that's a signal for you then to go back in and say, okay, this room is actually ready to book. And so again, this and the integrated quote feature, what you're seeing here, this video is actually live in the product, but it is not live on or released to the public yet, but that will be coming probably by March 2025. If not a little bit earlier. We'll see how fast the development team can get to it. But it's going to be coming quick, and we're really, really excited for this feature. We think this really completes the end-to-end workflow of how you service, sell, and book a cruise. Now, speaking of booking a cruise, that's kind of the last step in the process. Now, this actually screen is available today, but what we do is we basically have a book room button on every cabin. And when you hit that book room button, it actually sort of collates all of the relevant information from that cabin for you in an easy way so that you can take that information and put it into your booking platform of choice. So in this case, all of that travel information that was filled out, all of the payment information that the customer gave you, it's all here available for you to take and put it into your booking system. You then bring back the confirmation number and you confirm the cabin information and then upload the confirmation attachment to the room, and then you're done. From beginning to end, you've now serviced the cruise entirely from landing the customer to closing the customer and booking the room. Now, this is important because, you know, a lot of people have asked us, hey, like, is Cruisin' a booking platform? Well, the answer is no, we're a sales platform. So what this means is by doing it this way, your existing commission structure and your existing relationships with your host agency and otherwise actually stays the same. So you don't have to worry about that. And this is really easy for you to get all of this information and go book it how you're used to.
Reed, so on that, I know you just referenced that. I'm going to read you just a couple questions that are related to that you answered, but if you can dig a little bit deeper on that. So one was, Cheryl says, how does this tie into our host agency? Steph Lee says, can we pull private group inventory and can it pull consortia host group space with amenities? And then how do we get our commissions and so forth? Also about loyalty club pricing. And so all of that ties into what you were just saying. So if you can just kind of reiterate that about how, you know, you still go to your host agency, you still go to the cruise line, you still do your booking in the normal way currently?
Yeah, I mean, so Cruisin' is designed end to end to be that customer's interaction first and foremost, I think. And so that's why we built the ability for you to get all of that information and put it in one place for you to easily book. So we want to make your life easier, but we don't want to change how you book today. And so what that means is, you know, we don't work with we can't show like private pricing in the Cruisin' app, right? That's why we call it estimated price. It'll be up to the advisor to manage that part of the conversation and ultimately still go and book the rates that you may have access to that we as Cruisin' do not. But that means also then that the commissions will also come from your host agencies or wherever you're used to getting them. If you're an independent agency, right, you'll get them directly from the cruise lines and et cetera. And so hopefully that helps kind of helps you understand what that looks like in a nutshell, how we thought about this.
Yep. And Reed, one other question on that. Valerie says, and what prevents them from booking on their own and I not get the credit? So can you touch on that real quick? And then we can move on to the next slides and then I'll manage the next questions.
So number one, I think, you know, when we set out to build Cruisin', it is our intent that your customer is your customer. Now, that's the question you asked is kind of funny because when you send a customer a quote today, what is to prevent that customer from taking that quote and then going it and doing it on their own anyways? So that's number one. We think that's already happening. Number two, the customer can't actually book in the platform as an advisor assisted customer. It's not possible. So there is no booking capability for that customer to go and do it on their own within Cruisin'. And because our commitment to you is the customer is your customer, right? We want to help you manage your conversation with the customer, but ultimately what I think we really understand about this industry, and this is something that I'm sharing coming from the corporate travel industry, coming into leisure travel and really looking and understanding like how all of this kind of works, is really the advisors are a really powerful like component of the leisure industry and especially in cruise, right? Because you guys are the ones who are hitting the bricks and kind of getting out there, marketing, doing the work to get these customers in the door on behalf of these cruise lines. And so our intent is to embrace that and help you with that. Not necessarily to kind of let the customer book on their own and then somehow you may not get the commission. That would certainly not be something that we'd be looking to do. Okay, so let's continue. All right, so there's a couple other things that we'd like to talk about. So again, 32 supported cruise lines, you can see them in the app today. We also have built price drop monitoring. And so what happens with that is when we basically sync the prices nightly, if we determine that the price has dropped, we will actually tell you that in the navigator for you and your customer. Advisors can set preferred cruise lines. We talked a little bit about that. we have built an embedded AI advisor alongside you. So you can see on the right, actually, what's happening is the customer is asking a question and is tagging the AI to have it help answer the question. In addition, as an advisor, you can also tag the AI to bring it in when you would like it to help answer a question as well. So it works on both sides, actually. The advisor and the consumer both can take advantage of the AI advisor. Finally, the last thing we'll mention is we do have the ability to upload file and attachment support in the navigator. And typically we'll see that with non-cruise information, like maybe you want to bring back a confirmation for an excursion or something else. You can bring other file and data back into the navigator to provide it back to your customer through the cruising experience. Okay, so continuing. So when we look at cruising, we're a new business. We've been building this kind of on our own for about a little over a year. And we just launched the product in late December, and we just really started putting it to market in January. And so because of that, there's a few things that we've previewed today that aren't quite done yet that are still coming. But one of those things is going to be our pricing model. So right now the product is free, but in March, we will be announcing our pricing model. Well, I'm announcing it now, but we're going to be putting it live in March. But at the end of the day, we believe cruising can help you acquire new customers, increase your top line sales. We believe that cruising can achieve faster time to booking. So that process of going back and forth with the customer on a phone call or on email, we think that we can really compress that timeline for you in a significant way so that you can actually get to the booking faster. And that ultimately saves you time and also makes you money, all while delighting your customers. Because at the end of the day, we do think that cruising is the best digital experience out there for finding and booking a cruise. And I've looked at those experiences not only from the advisor standpoint, but I've also looked at it from just the technology standpoint. And I believe we have the best experience to do that on a mobile device, regardless of where that customer is going to go. And so, it's really important for us to build consumer grade technology to really delight these customers. And we're going to do all of that. And we're going to offer this product to you for $25 a month. Now, if you sign up before March 1st, we are actually going to extend an early adopter discount. So we're going to give you that license for 40% off for the first year, which will be $15 a month. And there's one final thing. I actually did not tell Michael this. I was going to keep this as a surprise, but in the spirit of the CoffeeSpot, if you do sign up in the next 24 hours, I'm going to personally send you my favorite blend of coffee. So this is Life Boost Coffee. This is a low acidic sort of organic coffee bean. It's whole bean, so you'll need a grinder. But if you sign up, I'm going to pick one person, and I'm going to personally send you this bag of coffee, as well as the amazing cruising sunglasses here. So you can see we have our sunnies. So we'll be sending you a little bit of a gift bag. If you sign up in the next 24 hours, I'm going to pick a random advisor, and I'll be reaching out to you personally to say, hey, welcome, and can I please get your address? So with that, that is the extent of our coffee talk presentation, but we're definitely happy to go into any more Q&A.
Yep. So Reed, I'm gonna kind of rapid fire some questions to you. Some of them may not require a long, detailed explanation. Some of them may. And to everybody that's watching, doing the Zoom and having the YouTube over here, I hope I've gotten all the questions. If I missed one, I'll look back on the chat afterwards and see if I can reply digitally. But first question, Reed, is the chat feature a secure one? From Jennifer.
Yes, everything we have built from beginning to end is secure. A little bit about my background. I built this company, Travel Bank. We were actually acquired by a bank. And so as you can imagine, the bank level security audit is quite extensive. So I'm very comfortable with ensuring that your and your customers' data is protected at all times. And I've constructed things in such a way that that is always top of mind.
Awesome. Jen said, a different Jen says, do you get cruise schedules before they are given to the general public?
I would say that our pricing and our scheduling is the same as what's available in the general public.
Great. Irma says, yes. Sabrina says, wonderful. Suzanne says, can pricing be displayed in Canadian dollars?
Pricing cannot be displayed in Canadian dollars today, unfortunately. Apologies about that one.
Okay, so on that, I've already answered this one via text, but maybe with the answer to the question, you can also talk about by setting up their free advisor account right now and then doing a feature request and how quick you guys are developing those priority things. So Gail says, can you filter by things like gluten-free, vegetarian, vegan, dairy-free, et cetera, for those with food allergies, celiac disease, et cetera, so in the cruise filtering section? And I did answer specifically in text, but Reed, maybe you can touch on submitting feature requests.
Yeah. So by the way, I really love that question. My son is allergic to almost everything. So I'll definitely need to be tracking that down for my own cruise that we're going to do in July for his 16th birthday. So thank you for that suggestion. I really like that. So I'll give you a couple of resources just kind of in general. So number one, the QR code on the screen, that actually just leads you to the presentation that we just shared. So feel free if you would like to see the presentation on your own time, you can certainly use the QR code. Number two, when you sign up for the platform, there is a little chat icon in the bottom right of the web app where you can actually reach out to us at any time. So all you have to do is tap that chat icon and you can send us a message, and Michael, myself, and the rest of the team are here to respond or give you any feedback if you have any questions or need help getting going. And along those lines, that is where you can submit a feature request if you have it, if we don't have something available today that you may need. Number two is we also have a help desk that you can use. It's help.cruising.com. We have all of our documentation there that really sort of talks about our product and gives you an overview of all of these features that we talked about today. So you can also use that to sort of help you on board as well.
Awesome. We're getting a lot of hearts, a lot of love here. So let me just give a couple quick more. It's a great way to capture leads. How awesome to be able to create an account, share it on social media to gain clients. There was a question to me, did I put that link in my bio on social media? I hadn't yet. I had only posted it in the actual post with the link to my advisor link, but I will be adding it to my profile now. That was actually a great suggestion. Then there was, okay, we got those. How does this tie into our host agency? Reed, there was a question, how do we collect professional fees as well as have the client agree to our terms and conditions within the Cruisin' app? And Carrie had also asked if it was PCI compliant. But again, I think that's one of the main questions is how does this tie into, which you've referenced a couple times, so this was in that space, how you still book through your host agency or still booked through your credentials. And this is a great sales collaboration tool. If you want to just maybe touch on that real quick.
Yeah, so we don't currently support a way to do like a professional fee right now. On the terms and conditions, that is a feature request we do intend to build, is to have custom terms and conditions that your customer will agree to. That is not built today, but it is on our roadmap for sure. That's one that we've heard quite a few times, and I think that's something that we'll need to address here in the near future.
Awesome. One question, and then we'll get into the pricing and those that have already been using the app and the 40% discount and so forth. So checklist travels. There we go. Can the public, so when a customer downloads the app, do they have any fees? So does the customer have a fee to use the program? And then is Cruisin' available only to travel advisors, or can general customers just find Cruisin'?
Yes. So the first half of that question is there are no fees for the customer to use Cruisin'. So we want to encourage customers to not go somewhere else, right? So our thinking there is that, you know, the more sort of pricing that we add on to the customer, the less likely it is that the customer will engage with us and book with us through the advisors ultimately. So we didn't really want to add any fees on top that would encourage the customer to go somewhere else. Number two, the customers, there is a version of the app that customers can get of Cruisin' where they can download it themselves without an advisor. My intent in the future, though, is to eventually funnel those customers to advisors. So similar to how some of the other organizations work out there, where if you are a preferred Cruisin' advisor, we can funnel you a lead so that the leads can start coming the other way. But ultimately, you know, the first priority is to support advisors and their customers.
Okay, great. So just a couple kind of questions in the same space. For the 40% off, if we signed up before March 1st, will we be notified of that discount? Or I've already been using Cruisin', so do I, qualify for that? So if you can just touch on the pricing and kind of that time frame as well.
Yeah, everyone who has been an early adopter will get that pricing, and it's just going to be automatic. So we're going to build it in such a way that when the pricing does go live, it's going to be a coupon code. Essentially, it'll automatically be applied. You won't have to worry about it. It'll be seamless as long as you are in the system before March 1st.
Great. And just this one we've said a couple times, but again, I think this is one of the most incredible features to me that's worth $25 a month in itself. Jen says, question, can we, is there a link to our Cruisin' account that we can add to our website for curious potential clients to click? And that's that free advisor link, whether that is posted on a social media page, in your bio, in your email signature, any Reed, if you can touch on that, any customer that goes to that link is going to populate into your Cruisin' platform.
That's correct. We've seen advisors really look to use this in a number of different ways. Some advisors, link in bio is really powerful. There's some advisors have had a newsletter. Some advisors, put it on their website. For me, it's like when I go to a website, and especially as a technology person first, my first instinct when I go to a website and I'm asked to fill out a form is to close that website. So we think this is a much better way to engage those potential customers who are doing that, right? So it's certainly easy to put that link on your website and say, hey, download, create a trip, and we'll be there to support you along the way. And so what happens is you'll get a notification in Navigator, you'll get the email, and then typically, if you're responding fast enough, you may actually be able to engage with them as they're looking at the cruise results. When they first get started with the trip. So you can almost catch them in the moment and then begin to have a conversation. And if you don't, that's okay, because they're still going to get a notification when you do send them a message. And what's really, really great about the trip, if you think about it as a kind of a construct, right? When that person wants to go somewhere, and where they want to go, right? And why they're going. And that information, like if you look at it holistically, is really, really powerful in terms of like the intent that that customer has.
That's great. Reed, Nicole says, I see 2 cruise lines I sell that aren't in there out of those 32. Can we suggest cruise lines to add? I already said yes for sure. And so she's just put them in there, but we just touch on maybe how somebody can actually, as we kind of get ready to wrap up, maybe just the thought process on being a startup. Obviously you have a long track record and a long history, but the beauty of being able to co-create this together here at the beginning. So it's already functional. It's already being used. Like Anthony says, this is on our website and Facebook. It's so smart. I've actually created a group and promoted it with this tool. And so just the power of being here at the beginning and making these type of suggestions as an advisor, maybe.
Yeah, like when you think about technology and innovation, right, there's always got to be some sort of gap that you jump, right? And that's like, it could be how you built a tool or how you implemented a piece of technology. And so for me, as an entrepreneur, that's how I kind of look at things. And I think that's what we've done with Cruisin', right? Is we sort of like done things in a way that nobody has ever seen before that can pay a ton of dividends. Now, it takes sort of this logical jump to sort of create that. But ultimately, when you're creating a business, what is most important is for you to listen to your customers and hear what they have to tell you about what they need to make them successful. And so that's kind of the stage in which we're at. Like we have the baseline of the end-to-end functionality that's going to give you guys a lot of value, but we certainly want to hear from you and what you need in order to be successful. And in turn, that helps us be successful, right? And so I think the best way to do that right now is to chat in with us in the website, send us a message and say, hey, do you have this feature? If not, we'll take it down as a feature request. And we'll look at all of sort of the aggregate sort of set of information that we have based on what you guys are telling us. And then we'll ultimately decide what to build next. But I can tell you that we have a wonderful development team who's worked really hard to get it to where it is today. They built an amazing product. and we're going to continue to innovate. Like, this is the beginning, this isn't the end. And I think that's what I'm most excited about, because there's a lot more that we can do, and there's a lot more that we're thinking about that will surprise and delight you in the future as well. So
Awesome.
ultimately, we're excited for what the future holds, and we're really excited to bring Cruisin' and put it in the hands of amazing advisors who can help their customers and grow their business.
Yeah, Reed. Lane says, my head is spinning with all the awesome info. Did I miss the discount code? I went to the host week discount page to look, and there isn't one there. So can you touch on just go set up your account and you're automatically in that space?
If you just sign up, we'll give you the discount when we go live with the pricing. So as long as your account's in place, we'll handle the discount. Don't worry about it.
Awesome. And then Nicole says, loving this, very impressed with all the features and the cruise lines listed. And then Tracy, I may have missed the question earlier, so she re-asked, did you see the passport question, wondering if it's in the works to let customers upload passports to truly keep it in one app?
Yeah, the two pieces of information that I want to add to the traveler profile is passport and frequent cruiser information. So like your loyalty program numbers and stuff. So we need to add that. That's definitely on the roadmap.
Awesome. And then last question from Checklist Travels. Can clients access their info on their computer or only through a phone app?
Right now, the client experience is only on their mobile device.
Okay, great. There's a few people saying they're having some audio issues, like it's maybe getting a echo or something, but I don't know if that's everybody. There's only been one or two that have said that. So Reed, I guess I know we've got like 2 or 3 more minutes. We'll just turn it over to you if you've got any closing words or final words for everybody.
Yeah, so I think number one, first and foremost, we're just excited to be here. Let us know your thoughts. Let us know your feedback. We're hungry for that, so we want to hear your voice. And we hope that we've built something that really surprises and delights you and your customers. And I wanted to say thank you for Host Agency Reviews for hosting us and letting us be a part of this CoffeeSpot. And we're really thankful for that. And we'll see you around. And we'll be at different various events, so look for us if you ever go to any of the conferences and things like that. So hopefully we'll get to see you in person as well.
Awesome.
Well, thank you for that, Reed. Michael, such a pleasure. And Michael, I was just talking to Steph and I was saying to her, I loved how you were answering questions throughout the presentation. I think you're our only CoffeeSpot who has done that, which I think is wonderful. Yeah. So thank you. There were so many questions, which just talks to the engagement and the interest. If you do, for everybody that is in the comments and in the chat, if you do want to find out more, Cruisin' does have a profile on HAR's website. So please feel free, go check it out, learn more about them. You can also find their contact information through there as well. So thank you so much. I do want to hand it over to Juan to share the QR code for all of you that are interested in winning coffee, Starbucks gift cards, all the things. So you can scan the code and enter your email. And if you are a winner, the HAR team will reach out to you for a Starbucks, one of the Starbucks gift cards we're giving away today. So Juan or Luis, if you want to toss that up onto the screen, that would be. Oh. There we go. We love it. Thank you so much. And as a final reminder, before I let you go, please register separately for our final upcoming CoffeeSpot. And yes, we'll be doing the Starbucks giveaway again for everybody. Our final one tomorrow is with Incentive Connection Travel. So you definitely don't want to miss it, and our wonderful final day of Host Week. So now I will leave you with a short break, but come back to listen to our One Thing segment with Indira at 11:55 Central Time. And then we'll jump right back into the day at 12 p.m. Central Time. See you back here shortly.
Hello everyone, my name is Indira Ramgaru Katwaru and I am the CEO and founder of Magical Island Tours and Travel, with nearly a decade of experience in this beautiful industry. I've had the privilege of helping people turn their travel dreams into unforgettable memories. It is indeed an honor to be here with all of you today as we kick off Host Week. As travel advisors, we have faced so much together. Ups, downs, everything in between. Yet here we are, standing strong, ready to embrace the opportunities of 2025. Today I want to talk to you about one simple but powerful idea. What's the one thing we should do to make this year extraordinary? And the answer is simple. Be the architect of experiences. People no longer want to just travel. They want something deeper. They want experiences that connect them to the world, to themselves, to the people they love. That's where we come in. As travel advisors, we are not just planners. We are dream makers, storytellers, and guides to the extraordinary. So let me share how we can do this together. For one, we can truly understand our clients. Take the time to get to know your clients on a personal level. What lights them up? What are their passions? What are their fears? What are their goals? Every question you ask and every detail that you uncover helps you create something unique, something that's theirs. A trip is not just a destination. It's a reflection of who they are. And in the new world we live in, we need to embrace technology without losing our heart. AI and automations are great tools. They help us work smarter, not harder. But here's the thing. No amount of technology can replace the warmth and the care of human connection. Use tech to handle the routine and save your energy for what truly matters. Building relationships and going that extra mile for your clients. We can become the local expert. Let's face it, people can book flights and hotels online. But why do they come to you? It's because you know those hidden gems, that little family-run restaurant with the best curry, the little tucked-away boutique hotel with breathtaking views. These are the treasures that make trips unforgettable. Be a champion for sustainable travel. We've all seen how travel can impact the world both positively and negatively. Let's take lead in offering eco-conscious options and educating our clients about responsible travel. It is not just good for the planet. It is good for business also. Make it personal. That little handwritten thank you note, that surprise room upgrade, a little check-in call after their trip. These small gestures show your client that you don't just care about their business, you truly care about them. Change your mindset from planner to creator. Today, I want to challenge each and every one of you to shift your thinking. Don't just sell trips, create journeys, think beyond logistics, and focus on storytelling. When you do, your clients won't just come back. They'll bring their friends, they'll bring their family, and most importantly, they bring their loyalty. Take action. Build your brand as a dream maker. In 2025, let's be bold about who we are, what we do. Share your story. Talk about your passion. Show the world why you are the expert they need to make their dreams come true. This industry is magical because of people like you. Dedicated, passionate, and willing to go the extra mile to make somebody's dream come true. Let that magic guide you this year. Now let's kick off Host Week with a bang. Steph, take it away.
Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. And thank you for joining us. And that's to all over 3,000 of you that have registered. And sending some very serious love to Mary on the HAR team for fixing the coffee link. Yay, thank you. I see in the comments it's all working. So we are very, very happy. Thank you so much, Mary. So I know some of you are watching live and others will be watching the recorded version. Whichever one you are, we are so happy to have you here. Happy Thursday, all. We're on day 4 of 5 out of host week. You can see the balloon behind me. That's one of the puppers. So everybody's excited. If you did find us via LinkedIn or Facebook, please come join us over at the Host Agency Reviews YouTube channel. That's where you can have fun in the comments, share questions throughout, and just join the whole crew over there. And feel free to this word always just does it for me. Feel free to subscribe so you don't miss anything. We have another wonderful day of events just for you. I am Shayna, if you haven't met me already, although some of you have. I saw in the comments someone noted that I've been wearing a very light shirt for the last 3 days and I went dark today. Had to mix it up. My lighter shirts are covered in dog hair at this point. And I am the managing director of HAR. I am here with you today as I take you through Host Week. So I may be one of the MCs for Host Week, but Host Week would not be possible without the entire HAR team of Mary, Abby, Rita, Juan, Luis, and of course to our founder, Steph. So big thanks to the whole HAR team and for all of the incredible hours that they're putting in behind the scenes. And honestly, for everything they're helping me with as I'm hosting behind the scenes, I absolutely could not do this without them. So if you just logged on, make sure to check out today's CoffeeSpot with Cruisin', which was just an hour ago. We have our final one tomorrow with Incentive Connection Travel. So make sure to register separately for that. Host Week would also not be possible without our incredible sponsors. So for that, we are so grateful to our weekly sponsors of Incentive Connection Travel, KHM Travel Group, Largay Travel, PTN Travel, Travify, Vacation Planners, Wanderlust Campus, and finally grnconnect.com. And we have our amazing daily sponsor for today, Insider Travel Report. And you know what? Let's give credit where credit is due. Even more importantly, Host Week would not be possible without all of you tuning in. So thank you. And you just make it so much more fun in the comments. I think that's one of my favorite things about Host Week is how engaged you all are and how much love you're giving all of our presenters and all the incredible questions that I'm seeing. Really, we couldn't do it without you. So we're going to jump into our keynote, Burton Kelso, today, because we have loads of interviews, EDUSPOTS, and so much fun ahead. So just a quick introduction. Burton Kelso is a 2-time TEDx keynote speaker, an expert on cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, our 2 favorite letters, AI, and and social media marketing, as well as the owner and chief tech expert at Integral. He is also an on-air guest TV tech expert and consumer products expert. So without further ado, I turn things over to you, Burton, to discuss how to keep your social media safe from hacks and attacks.
All right, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. It's your boy, Burton Kelso, the technology expert, here to help you protect your social media accounts and branding from hackers. One of the biggest challenges is that cyber criminals have gone and changed their tactics from just installing regular viruses on your computer to commandeering your social media accounts. The reason being, whether you're an individual or a host business, social media and your passwords is probably the last thing you're thinking about. And criminals know this. So they have gone through the act of attacking social media because many of you have connected with a ton of people. And what better way for criminals to send out phishing emails or text messages is to connect with platforms that allow them to access a lot of people. As you know, Facebook is up to 2 billion users, and it makes it the perfect breeding ground for hackers to go get into social media accounts. And unfortunately, again, many of you pay less attention to social media when it comes to your passwords or who may be an admin on your business Facebook account. Same thing for Instagram, same thing for LinkedIn, X, you name it. If there is a brand social media account, chances are criminals are going to try to attack those brands. So let's go through some things that you need to understand about your social media accounts in order to help protect yourself and your brand. So number one, you always have to remember that social media is only rented space. That means that ultimately you don't have any control what goes on with social media. And I know this for experience because I am an entrepreneur, but then I'm also a public speaker. So to tell you a quick story, I was blocked by Facebook and I became a Facebook felon for 23 days. Now, if you can imagine, that is a pretty long period in the world of social media. So with Facebook, I was not able to post. I was not able to do anything to Facebook. So you have to understand that your social media accounts are only rented space, and you should treat them as icing of the cake of your social media branding. That means you need to diversify your accounts, but also you need to set up a strategy where people can reach you on your social media accounts and obviously through your website too, because your website and your emails you own. But social media, anything can happen with your social media account. So it's important that you treat it as such and not get flustered if your account is commandeered by social media. I've been in contact with people all over the globe who have had their social media accounts hacked. And the bad thing about if you lose access to a social media platform, you'll never get access to that platform again, because many social media accounts don't have the protocols and the infrastructure in place to offer you support. So you're on your own. So you need to remember that social media is only rented space, and hopefully that'll help you realize that yes, you can rely on it on marketing, but at the same time, you have to understand through your social media creation, you've got to draw people back to your websites and your email list in order to keep up that branding and marketing machine. Because the last thing you want is for social media to be your only brand. Because if criminals commandeer your social media accounts, they can tarnish your brand like no other. I know people out there that have had their brand used to promote other products. I've had individuals that are now selling, I might as well just say Bitcoin, been selling Bitcoin, and that's not their brand. So you don't want to lose access to that brand. You want to make sure that you take control of your brand and control the narrative when it comes to social media. So you also, in order to keep track of your social media accounts, is to find out where your data is. One of the challenges and things that cause social media accounts to get hacked, other than weak passwords and not turning on two-factor authentication, are the unknown data breaches that companies that you work with are breached, but they don't share that information with you or the general public that they've been hacked. So for example, last year, AT&T was breached and they shared with the general public via either email or snail mail that you probably should change your password information because their information was compromised by a criminal. So the best way to check it out is a website called haveibeenpwned.com. Now, even though you may have a business with your social media account, your social media account is controlled by an admin or several admins. So you need to, everyone who's an administrator to any of your social media accounts needs to go to this website, which is haveibeenpwned.com. So I'm going to bring over the website and hopefully you all can see it. So Have I Been Pwned? You can reach it, haveibeenpwned.com. What you would do is put in the email address that you would use for any of your social media accounts. So believe it or not, years ago, this was our email for our social media account. And what you would do is put in your email and then go over to the word pwned, and it will give you a report if that email has been involved in a large-scale data breach. So last year, this email address was on the dark web, but fortunately, there is a lot of outdated information that will leave the dark web. So no longer is this email a threat for criminals. Now, another email, which is near and dear to me, is pwned. And I'm going to show you what that message looks like when you're pwned. And oh no, you've been pwned. So that means the email address that you're using to log into your social media account is floating on the dark web, which increases the chances that whatever password is being used with your social media account is on the dark web too. So all it takes is for a cyber criminal to log in to your social media account, and then they can deny you access, and then they can turn that into their own scammy marketing machine. Now let's look further in the pwned post. The first section about using password one or 1Password, you can ignore. Like a lot of websites, in order to work, you got to have a sponsor. Now let's scroll down to where this email address was leaked. Have I Been Pwned will tell you the date. It was the re-incubate, which I have no clue. So again, when these breaches occur, it's a lot of companies that don't disclose, and you may not know have your information, but it tells you that re-incubate or bait suffered a data breach with compromise, which exposed a backup from November 2017. But it also lets you know what data was compromised, which was email addresses, names, and passwords, which lets you know what you need to do. If it's an email address, at least you know why you're getting a bunch of emails coming into your inbox. If it is a password, then you know that any accounts where you use the same password as your social media password need to be changed immediately. So just go in and change that. But then finally, names just let you know that your name was out there, and criminals kind of have another piece of the puzzle of stealing your identity. So one of the things that you should take away from the first portion of this in using Have I Been Pwned, if you are only using your social media account, then you need to make sure that you always are being aware and checking at least every quarter to see if your information is on the dark web. If there are other admins that are administrating or help updating your social media accounts, you need to make sure that they are not compromised on the web, because it doesn't always have to be the admin account that is taken over for criminals to get your information. It can be a sub account that allows criminals to take over your information. So keep that in mind. Our next tip, or my next tip, is make your social media accounts less attractive to hackers. And this will make your accounts safe and secure. Now, if you have a business account, you have to make that a public entity. But criminals don't log in with your business account. They have to log in through a personal account in order to get access to a business account. And criminals will not only check your business account, they'll also check your personal account. So one of the things that you would want to do is on all of your social media accounts, you can go into settings in privacy and turn that feature off that allows criminals to see who you're friends with. Because on a personal account, they not only want to get your personal account friends to send out spammy posts to them, they also want to commandeer your business account as well. So how to do that? I'll show that real quick with Facebook. And bear with me. Let me bring over my Facebook account. And again, I can't control what will pop up. Like someone sent me a message just now. But what you want to do on all of your accounts, and it's the same thing, go into your account, go into settings and privacy, and then go into, you don't necessarily have to go into Privacy Center, but we'll go there. But what you want to do with Meta is at least go to the privacy checkup and make sure that you control the privacy of your Meta account. I'm going to review the settings for privacy, but the privacy checkup is probably one of the easiest tools in Facebook, because you can see who can see what you share, how people can find you on Facebook, which is very important, and then steps obviously to keep your account safe and secure. So with Facebook, you want to go and see how people can find you on Facebook. So again, for your business account, you want search engines to find you, because obviously, how are you going to build up that business brand? But for your personal account, friend request, you want to modify that. Same thing with phone numbers and email, because people can log into your Facebook account with your phone number. So if you're going to use a phone number to be logged in with your social media account, then you want to make sure that it's a phone number that's not publicly viewed. So your main business number, you do not want to use to log in to Facebook. You want to use an email address, which makes it harder for criminals, and also a strong password. But phone numbers? No. Criminals can look you up by phone number with Uncle Google and find your important information. So again, use an email address as opposed to a phone number to log into any of your social media accounts. And if you want to change your privacy settings, again, folks, always go into settings and privacy. But keep in mind, if you're using your post Facebook or social media accounts for business branding, you have to allow that to show up on social media and Google, but you want to make sure that someone can't just see who you're connected with. So limit the ability for people to see who you're connected with on social media. Next is my favorite part, because everyone sucks at this. Stop using passwords and start using passphrases. Now, passphrases, two words that make a strong password, like the one you better not use is a password stinky chicken, because everywhere I present, I always give that an example of a strong passphrase. But there's an excellent website that you can go to where you can secure your social media accounts with passphrases called bitwarden.com, and they have the strong password generator. So it would be bitwarden.com/password generator. Once you get to the password generator page, scroll down and you've got a password generator, and then you've got the passphrase generator. Now, for most of you, if you're trying to secure your social media accounts with a passphrase, you need to click on the passphrase creator, and you can limit it to either 4 words, 3 words is the least amount that Bitwarden would make, but you could even shorten this down by eliminating a word, and it will give you a 2-word passphrase generator. You can also have the option to capitalize, include a number in that passphrase, and then the word separator we can't take off. But I want you to see the amount of time it's going to take to crack that passphrase. Password score would always be strong, and it would take centuries to crack a passphrase. Now let's go back to password, and let's shorten it down to what most of you are probably doing, the Apple standard of an 8-character password. And this looks secure, right? But look at the amount of time that it would take someone to crack that strong, secure password you have. Only 3 hours. So if your account has been compromised and you weren't involved in any data breaches, it's probably that week-old password that you've been using that only takes criminals a few hours to break into. So again, use passphrases and make sure that your accounts are secure, because the old standard of using a password no longer is going to help you keep those social media accounts secure. Now, when it comes to cybercrime, I have to say with social media, 99% of all social media accounts that have been hacked are user preventable. Well, actually 100%, meaning that as long as you're using strong passphrases and get out of the mindset of using passwords, then you're going to be safe and secure. Also, I know it's tempting, but you don't want to use the same passwords or same passphrases for all your social media accounts. And as of yesterday, I presented to a group of realtors who they were like, well, we just can't be bothered with using a series of passwords or different passwords for all of your accounts. So when it comes to social media, when criminals discover you on one platform, they're going to find you on every platform out there, and they're going to ensure that they commandeer your whole social media brand, which means when you're trying to advertise as a host business, it will ruin your brand because criminals want everything. Travel is a very popular destination on social media. And how embarrassing would it be if you and your social media brand all of a sudden started promoting Bitcoin or toothpaste or makeup? That ruins your brand and it makes people think that you're no longer in business. Always make sure that for every social media account that you have, you set up a different password or passphrase for those accounts. And really no excuse, because I know passwords and some, well, not necessarily passphrases, but passwords are hard to create. But now you have a tool that will allow you to create strong and secure passphrases for all of your accounts. Next, let's use two-factor authentication on all of your social media accounts. Now, if you have had your social media accounts stolen or hacked, you probably have noticed that you can still see it, the account's still active, but you can't log into it, which means criminals have enabled two-factor authentication on your account to prevent you from gaining access to it again. Now it's time for you to turn the tables on those criminals and enable two-factor authentication on all of your social media accounts. And I'm going to use Facebook just because it's easier to get to, but on all of your social media platforms, it's just a simple matter of going to settings and privacy, and then this option you want to go into settings. The tool privacy checkup under Facebook allows you to have a, I don't know computers that well, tutorial on how to check all of the privacy settings in Facebook. But on all of the other social media accounts, it's settings and privacy on any of them. Insta, Facebook, X, all of those, you would turn on two-factor authentication for in settings and privacy. I hope I click on the right section. But once you go into Account Center and password and security, there should be an option for you to turn on two-factor authentication. If I click on it, it's going to ask which accounts I want to set up two-factor authentication, and it would enable it, making it almost impossible for criminals to get into my account. Now, to explain two-factor authentication, this is the process of you log into an account and it will verify that it's you by sending you a text message or an email. Now, when it's enabled on your account, if criminals try to log in, then it's the process of the criminal having to prove by another set of authentication that they are actually the account holder. And it's probably one of the more secure things that you can do on your account. Now I'm going to go into LinkedIn and let me get back to the, well, I don't want to go to messaging. I want to shrink that down. I want to go on LinkedIn for two-factor authentication. I want to go to me. And again, as you can see, settings and privacy, and it's going to take me to sign in and security, kind of like Facebook. And there at the very bottom, is the two-step verification or authentication process. You want to do this on your personal account because your personal account or an admin account is the key to your business account. So when you turn it on, it protects your main account and any business account that is underneath your main account. But turn it on, and it's probably one of the most secure things you can do to help protect your social media. Now, one thing that I did not discuss is how in the heck do I know if my social media account has been hacked? Now, criminals normally will copy your social media information and set up a fake profile. Because I know we've all seen those posts where people say, hey, I've got a friend request from you, and that would be just a cloned account. Doesn't mean your account's been hacked, just means that somebody is copying an account and trying to sucker your friends into connecting with you. Now, a hacked account means that you cannot gain access because it's asking for a password, and you know you're typing in the right password. If your account's hacked, again, there's no way to get it back. You want to follow these steps to make sure that you are protecting your account, because once you lose it, you lose part of your brand and your social media. Real quick, back up your social media on a regular basis. This is under settings and privacy for all social media, and it will allow you, if your account has been hacked, that you can upload those images and have all those memories and even your connections. Now, backing up a social media account takes a long time. So it probably at least every 6 months, you want to back up all of your social media accounts so that you have a physical copy. So if your account is hacked, you don't lose any information. Now, one that you're probably going to hate is the ability for you to claim your social media accounts. That means every social media platform out there, you need to claim it so that you protect your brand. So let's say you're a strong LinkedIn user or Facebook user, but you don't use X or TikTok or any of the other platforms out there. Set up the account. Set up the account so that way criminals won't find your rockstar brand on LinkedIn and Facebook and then create a bogus account on TikTok selling stuff that you don't sell. Again, you don't have to promote on those accounts. Just set up the account so that it's under your social media umbrella, and that way criminals can't claim your social media brand. And then verified accounts are good. In fact, if you're a LinkedIn user, a social media LinkedIn or verified account is completely free. Takes less than a minute to do it. But if you have a strong audience on Facebook, you probably better pay the $11.99 a month to get a verified account. But again, verified just means that it's harder for criminals to get to your account. But however, if you still don't have two-factor authentication turned on your accounts and you're not using strong passphrases, verified or not, they're still going to get into your account. So you don't always have to verify, but if you have a strong social media presence, you got to pay the fee for a verified account. Not so much on X, but on all the other social media accounts, it's worth it. But again, verification isn't going to protect you if you're not using strong passphrases and two-factor authentication on your account. So we're at the end, but we're going to play a real game real quick. This is this or that. So in the chat section, if you can get to it, or just to make you think about it, let's do a this or that. So you ready? Let's do it. This or that. Would you rather live in a house that's haunted by ghosts or infested with cockroaches? Now, for me in my home, I'll take a ghost any day. If you get cockroaches, you pretty much have to burn the house down in order to get rid of that infestation. With ghosts, you can walk through, sage the house. Maybe it's a fun, friendly ghost that just moves objects every now and then. But again, I'll do ghosts. I ain't doing cockroaches. So with that said, that's all. And I hope you've taken away stuff that you can use to protect your social media account and your brand, because this is one of the top ways that criminals make their money. They steal your brand, they pimp out other products, and you don't want your brand ruined, because once you lose an account, it's gone forever. So again, I'm Burton Kelso, the technology expert. I love technology. I've read all the manuals, and I'm serious about making technology fun, safe, and easy to use for everyone. So if you need to reach out to me, I'm on all the social platforms, or you can email me at burton@burtonkelso.com. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for that. That was incredibly enlightening for me. I need to go change some passwords now.
You mean all of them?
Yeah, pretty much. Thanks for that.
All right. Don't tell nobody. Don't feel bad. Everyone's in the same boat. So yeah. You've got to do it. And quit using passwords. You've got to use passphrases. So Go
on. Sorry. Continue.
If you were to create a passphrase, which one would you use?
I'm not going to
do unrelated words.
Oh, I'm not going to tell you that because I'm going to use it.
Whatever. The one I was going to suggest was balloon dog, because I saw your pooch walking around earlier with the balloon tied around them. And I'm like, that would be good, because most people don't associate balloons and dogs. So
yes, I agree. I think, you know what, then, okay, but I'm not going to use that to the audience out there. They'll give me some inspiration. I will tell you that Steph is very, like, everything is two-factor. Nothing saves on her computer. She is fantastic with her passwords. So I'm learning from her as I go.
Hold on real quick. You want to save that to your computer, because I'm going to throw a quick tidbit out that every device that everyone watching this webinar owns is immune to hacks. You have to allow someone to get into your computer rather than hackers break into your computer. So you want to save a set of passphrases onto your computer, because no one's going to get in unless you let them in.
Okay, well, I will definitely let Steph know that. I think that will make her life a lot easier on her computer for sure. I do have a couple questions, if you don't mind, from the audience before we let you go.
No, not at all.
Great. Okay. So one of the first questions is, why are passphrases better than passwords? I use LastPass 16 plus characters. I know you got into this, but maybe a quick reminder.
Well, LastPass was hacked last year, so I don't know if I would use them as a password keeper.
All right.
So the next thing is, passphrases are unrelated to your normal password. Passwords, you're using Meemaw's birthday, your kid's birthday, the born on date for your dog, or your death date for your dog, things that you normally post on social media. So criminals analyze social media accounts to find out what could be the password for that account. So if you use a passphrase, you're using words that don't even relate to you. You could use like fuzzy rock, or purple squirrel, things that don't tie to you. And as you can see from Bitdefender's Bitwarden's password generator, it would take centuries for someone to break into a passphrase as opposed to a few hours with a password.
Fantastic. Thank you. And I think we have, should we be concerned when foreign accounts start to follow our business pages? I get so many of those, and they send me DMs about random products.
So the answer to that question is no, you really shouldn't be concerned about foreign pages following your account. I mean, you can go through and block them, but just because they follow you doesn't mean they're going to get important information unless you're posting passwords or other sensitive data on there. Like anyone else, they're just a follower, and they may try to send you a direct message or a DM to get you to click on a link. But for both my computer repair page and my speaking page, I've got foreign people messaging me all the time, and have for several years, and none of them had got into my account. So it's okay if you don't get around to deleting them, but at some point you probably should go through and clean up all of those bogus accounts that may be following you.
Yeah, that is great. And I think that is it. No, one more question. What do you do if you've been pwned?
Again, if you've been pwned, you want to make sure that you're going through all of your online accounts and changing the passwords, because chances are not only your email address is on the dark web, but your password is too. So whatever account you have that was pwned, change the password for that email account. But then it would probably be a good time to go ahead and change those passwords, because I know many of you probably haven't changed passwords since 2019. So now would be a good time to change all of that information. But that's all you need to do. And then understand too that if you have been pwned, you will get more spam messages in your email box than you would if you haven't been pwned. So be aware of that.
Very interesting. Well, thank you so much. It's actually worked out perfectly. We're done with the questions. Perfect on the timing. Rita will love us for it. Thank you so much, Burton. This was fantastic. I am changing my passwords very, very shortly. So
you're changing them to what?
Again, it's not going to be Balloon Dog, but maybe something along those lines.
You said passwords. It needs to be passphrases.
Passphrases. Yes, yes.
Phrases.
Passphrases. Okay. I'm going to get used to passphrases. All right.
Right.
What if I just changed it to passphrase?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, come on.
No, of course not. But thank you. Thank you so much. And yes, please reach out if anyone has any questions for Burton. You can find him online, and please reach out with any other questions that you may have. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So welcome if you are just jumping on. For those of you who haven't registered yet for Host Week, let's get you signed up. And the pups are all around that want to help get you signed up too. So make sure to register at hostagencyreviews.com/hostweek so you can get the daily emails with the agenda, which also have calendar links so you can download to your calendar so you do not miss anything for the rest of the week. So one thing you do not want to miss tomorrow is our Luminary Awards ceremony. This is our annual ceremony where we award the best of the best host agencies, and we always like to make it kind of wacky. Our host friends have a lot of fun with it too, so please join us tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central Time. Now, focusing back on today, what does the HAR team have up our sleeves for you today? So much fun, per usual. So what is starting our afternoon of fun? Well, you've entered the Meet the Consortia and Hosts portion of the day with 1 consortium and 7 hosts. It's worth noting that many of the companies we're interviewing today accept advisors from both Canada and the US. So before we jump into our interview, shall we take a short break for some animal love and fun slideshow? I think so. Oh, there we go. Oh my God, more parrots. Oh, so cute. Oh, come on. This is the best. Oh, this is just such a happy part of the day. Oh. Okay, well, that was fantastic. I will definitely be watching that again later. Perks of working for HAR is I have access to watch that as many times as I'd like. So let's jump in to our first interview today. Comes from MAST Travel Network, led by John Werner, the president and COO of MAST. With 210 members, MAST has been around since, get this, 1969. And for those considering getting their own accreditation and directly joining a consortium, MAST has a minimum of $500,000 in sales to join. And while MAST is a great company for any agency, Those based in the Midwest may want to take an extra hard look at MAST, as they have a very strong network with Midwestern agencies and put on a lot of regional events for their members. We'll drop the link to MAST's profile in the comments so that you can learn a little bit more about them and read some of their member reviews, as well as find some hosts that are MAST members if that's the route you're looking to go down. You can go to HAR's website as well and feel free to take a look there too. So, all right, let's bring the noise and start this thing off with a bang. Let me turn it over to Recorded Steph and roll the MAST tape.
Hey everybody, it's Mary Stein. I am the content manager for Host Agency Reviews, and I have the good fortune to sit down with John Werner here with us today. He is the president and COO of MAST, and he's coming to us from Chicago. Hey John, how are you doing this morning?
I'm great. I'm great for a Monday. How are you?
Great. Excellent. I'm really excited to get to know you and the MAST network a little bit better. So are you ready for me to grill you?
I'm ready to go. All right. Thank you, Mary. I'm ready to go.
It's friendly. Okay. Well, the first question we have for you today is to tell us a success story about an advisor and how you help them grow.
Well, one of the ways we do that is MAST offers a business coaching program where we sit down with an agency and we help them identify 1, 2, or perhaps 3 business goals for the year. We never tell them or suggest more than 3 goals, but that's a lot. That's a lot. But so we sit down with them, maybe in a 1 to 2 hour meeting, and we'll offer ideas on strategies and tactics to reach goal, and focus on the ideal markets to concentrate on, which typically offer high margin type of business, because usually, agencies, of course, have a profit goal in mind. They want to make more money and have fun doing it and so forth and everything. And so that's what we help them do. And so we've had a lot of agencies over the years that have had, they've turned those goals into success stories for them. One example might be maybe they want to increase their river cruise business, which is a high margin type of sale, and so they go from maybe selling 1 or 2 river cruises a year to 20 or more river cruises in a year. So that's the kind of thing we sit down with agencies and help them do that, strategize and plan for the reaching that kind of a goal.
I like the idea of having a few digestible and actionable aims that agencies are meeting. So have you had specific agencies that have had great success in the last year with these goals?
Yeah, I mean, there was one, we've helped so many, but there is one agency in particular in Wisconsin that we have helped set that kind of a goal. And it has led to doing groups on river cruises on the Rhine River and the Danube River and elsewhere. And now those groups have now translated into wanting to go a second time and then go on a different river. So it's gratifying to see agencies turn their goals into success.
Right. And then you have that domino effect.
Right.
So it's like the goal keeps building success off of itself. So
exactly.
Excellent. Well, our next question is about the independent contractors. And so the ICs have different needs than the direct agency members with MAST. And what are 3 examples of support you have in place to help the hosted advisors grow?
So we, the marketing programs that we offer our membership base extend to their independent contractors. So they can have, depending on how many ICs they have that are affiliated with their agency, they can also piggyback off of the marketing programs that we offer. So whether it's email marketing or social media, and we have like a social media content library and so forth. And so we make those available to ICs through their association with one of our member agencies, and they don't have to pay extra for that. And there are some marketing programs that we do charge independent contractors a little bit of extra money, but many things are included for them. So because they're affiliated with one of our members and everything, they can take advantage of those marketing activities. And very often, even if they, some of those activities extend to an IC using their own name. If they have their own business name apart from the agency that they're affiliated with, they can use their name on some of the marketing materials. So that's a huge benefit. And so that's one way. You asked me for three ways. A second way would be through our training programs. They can see our calendar of events. They can sign up for our workshops. They can come to our trade shows and other, training and educational events throughout the year. Usually our member agencies will make all that information available to their ICs so they can, sign up for that kind of stuff. So, and then the third way is they also can get access to our website and look up the resources, whether it's information about our preferred suppliers or other, things going on within MAST and everything. They have access to that as well. So those are three ways in which they were offering independent contractors a access, I guess you could say, access to those kind of benefits.
Yeah, so they can spend more time booking travel and less time doing the marketing and the promotions and have some of that already in place. So
that's great.
Yeah. Well, our next question is, how does your brand promote consumer recognition for travel advisors? So what does MAST do to help get your advisors known to consumers?
Sure. Through our social media activity, we're on many of the platforms ranging, from Facebook and Instagram to the others as well. And we also have we have a big blog posting platform, I guess you could say. So we're constantly posting content that not only our members can repurpose, they can use it themselves. Again, independent contractors it's available for them to repurpose. But in our marketing activities, then we are always leading travelers or potential customers for an agency or an IC to our agency profiler system. So then they can find one of our members and look up what their areas of expertise are and specialization and so forth. So through those activities, that's how we're, driving people to talk to one of our members. And we like to, it's not about focusing on MAST, it's about focusing on the agencies, and we help them promote them as the brand in their community, as the travel expert in their local communities.
Oh yeah, that's cool. I love the idea of having the profiler so they can increase their footprint beyond what they already have with their own website. So when people are doing their Google research, they can find even more information about them.
Yeah.
Cool.
And that's available to independent contractors too. Now that particular service for an independent contractor does have a bit of an extra charge, but it's available to them.
Awesome. I love it. Well, thanks, John. Well, the next question is, what excites you most about the growth of the host industry, and where do you see it going? So we're looking into the crystal ball.
Yeah, I think it's very exciting because the opportunities are making it possible for new people to enter the industry. Sometimes they're certainly younger, on the younger side, but not necessarily, not always. It could be somebody who is moving into travel as a second career, perhaps. But I find that these individuals are often very marketing savvy. They're entrepreneurial. They certainly have some great technical skills. So it's great to see new blood coming into the industry, and that's the biggest growth area. It's just making it possible for a lot of people to get into an industry and run their own business and be entrepreneurial. It's just so many opportunities for them.
Excellent. Yeah, I love hearing that. And it's nice to see that you're seeing that on the ground too. It's very cool.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Well, this is, probably the most exciting, not the most interesting question, but probably the one that people are sitting on the edge of their seat to find out what you're going to say. Our last question, the fun question, is about karaoke. So, yeah. John, if you were to serenade the entire MAST network with a karaoke song, what song would it be?
So I do have a song. Nobody wants me to sing it, but I will say what it is. So the song we came up with is Defying Gravity from the movie Wicked.
Oh.
And based on the fact that I feel like our members are always rising to the challenge. So whatever life throws at them and everything, they're up for the challenge.
I love that. And I can't wait to go listen to the song after our interview. That's a great answer. Well, thank you so much, John, for joining us today and sharing some more information about MAST. And it's cool to see where you're going with your network and with the program and the thoughts that you have on hosted advisors. If you want, we'll plug in the link to MAST in the thread, and you can go check it out and learn more about what they're all about. Thanks so much, John, for joining us today.
Well, thank you, Mary. I really appreciate the opportunity, and it's great talking to you today.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Well, hi, everyone. Thank you, John, for hanging out with us during Host Week. And I wouldn't attempt to sing Defying Gravity either. Not in public, at least. Home alone, I think I'm pretty fantastic at it, but no one wants to hear that. I just enjoy it. And thank you, Mary, from our HAR team hosting the interview. It's been great having both the ASTA team and HAR interviewing all of our hosts in consortium. So just a reminder to everyone to don't forget that there are about 60 specials that are being offered from the hosts, suppliers, tech companies that are exclusive to Host Week attendees. We'll put the link in the to the specials in the comments so that you can go check them out. Some do expire this week, some expire next week. So make sure to scroll through them to see if there's any that you want or need to act on soon. We're also going to share a link to our article explaining what a consortium is so that you can get a better understanding of how they relate to host agencies. And speaking of host agencies, we're right on time for our Meet the Host segment. I joke around about Rita's schedule, but seriously, that thing is a lifesaver and keeps me on track. It is down to the minute, and I don't know what I would do without her organization, and also the fact that I just thrive off of organization myself. So what can you expect? This is a place where you are able to hear from a variety of host agency representatives, all about their company culture, their programs, and anything that you would like to know about them. There are over 30 hosts this week, so it's a fantastic opportunity to hear from and compare the host agencies to find one that's the right fit for you. If you did miss any of the past host agency recordings, no problem. They are all recorded and they can be found on our YouTube page under our Host Week playlist. So feel free to favorite it, to subscribe, and you can watch them back as many times as you need. Do drop any questions or notes in the comments. If there are any that you do have, although no one has really been all that shy. However, we may have some new listeners, so sometimes it takes an icebreaker to make these things happen, and I do have one for you today. So this is an easy one. Where was the last destination you traveled to, and what was your favorite part of the trip? Please share them in the comments. Once I'm done speaking, I'm going to scroll back through the comments so that I can take a look. I'll start for you. Last year, one of the trips I went on was to South Korea. And I know we've talked about Korea a little bit in the past couple of days. I did a food tour all around the country. And for anyone that does know me, they know that my favorite activity in the world is to eat. And Korean food is one of my favorite food groups. Yes, I do consider it a food group. And side note, if anyone is visiting Toronto, because we're going to celebrate Canada Day during Host Week today. So for those of you who don't know, I am from Toronto and I live there still now. Please get in touch with me and I will set you up with my favorite Korean spot in Koreatown in Toronto. So please feel free to reach out. Well, obviously no tough guess that my favorite part of the tour was eating. Specifically, we went to this seafood barbecue restaurant on the coast, barbecuing scallops in the shell, shrimp, and all the sauces. Oh, there were so many sauces. Okay, so I'm starting to drool. So time to get back to our regular scheduled programming. So while you're all sharing all the great places that you've been visiting, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about our next host. So let's start today's host training. And I think it's about time that we heard from Nexion Canada. So the name may ring a bell because Nexion was one of our host agency interviews on Tuesday. And you've probably guessed it, that this is their Canadian division. Oh my God, not vision, division. So if you're looking to hear more about the US division, do not fear. We can link to their interview from Tuesday in the comments, and it is recorded and lives in our YouTube channel. So you can watch that back at any time. We'll also link to Nexion Canada's profile, or you can go to hostagencyreviews.com to learn more about them after you hear the interview. So Nexion Canada opened their hosting doors in 2013 and brings in about $85 million a year in annual sales through their network. So Alvin has nabbed some time with Jackie and Esther, and I'm so curious to hear what they have to say. So let's turn it over to them.
Well, hello everyone and welcome. I'm Alvin Adriano. I'm working with Host Agency Reviews, and I have the pleasure of introducing two industry stalwarts here today. The wonderful Jackie Friedman, President of Nexion Travel Group Canada, and Esther Romilly, Director of Canadian Operation for Nexion Travel Group. How are you ladies both doing today, and what's going on in the new year?
Well, Alvin, it's so great to see you again. Things are going great. We're very excited for the new year.
Yeah, that's awesome. You guys are looking both energetic and young, so I can't wait to see what's in store. So 2025 is a big year for us. I know sometimes we have some big goals, but what are you guys excited for Nexion Travel Group Canada?
We are excited to announce that Nexion Canada is coming to a city near you in 2025. In April, we have two scheduled complimentary one-day regional events in Toronto, April 17th, and Richmond, BC, April 27th. A great opportunity for our membership to network with their fellow Nexion Travel members, meet, learn, and mingle with local supplier partners, and it gives us a face-to-face opportunity to share the latest Nexion Canada program updates. In addition, the leadership team will be connecting locally with our members visiting Calgary and Edmonton in June, and Newfoundland and Nova Scotia in July. We are very, very excited to connect in person.
Oh, that's amazing. And I think about it now. It's starting to get, well, it's really cold outside, and it always reminds me of hibernating and just getting stuck at home. And sometimes we forget how lonely it can be as an entrepreneur, that we're just isolated. So how do you guys at Nexion, create that sense of community?
Alvin, I would say that that is our secret sauce. It continues to amaze me just how collaborative our advisors are and how they really want to help each other. We do it in a number of different ways. First of all, we encourage them to attend one of our many in-person events where they can have a chance to connect in person. We also have both virtual and live Nexion networks where they can meet with other like-minded advisors, either in their area or those that share a like-mindedness. So for example, I know you can relate to this, Alvin. We do have a network for young professionals. I am an honorary member, I will say, even though I don't qualify. I have 2 t-shirts to prove it. But that's a great opportunity. We also have Nexion Town, which is our online proprietary community. That's where they can connect, help each other, answer each other's questions, and truly they don't feel like they're going at it alone, which I think is critical in today's environment.
Yeah, especially for advisors that are coming up, having a community they can lean on, use as a sounding board is so important. So it's great that you guys are, having those virtual connections and platforms, but also going around and seeing people in person. That's like a big thing now because the pandemic told us we have to have interactions. We need that. It's in our DNA. So that's so great that you guys are offering that. But oftentimes, as we scale, as we grow, as we continue to be successful, sometimes advisors get burned out. They get overwhelmed with too much success. And so, flip side to that, we know new entrants, they need community for advisors who are super successful. How do you help out with the burnout? How do you guys support and provide resources to them?
I think that's a very real issue, but in certain ways, Alvin, it's a great problem to have, right? It means that your business is growing and something has to give. So the first thing that we do is we make sure that they understand the importance of focusing on what matters and not trying to be all things to all people, because that's never going to work. You do get to that point. So find your passion, find a niche that is profitable, but that also brings you joy, and that you have a connection with others that share that same passion. So that's tip number 1. Tip number 2, there comes a time when you need to understand where you need to focus your energy on and where you can do things differently. So for example, we talk with our advisors regularly on how they can embrace artificial intelligence to do some of those administrative tasks. It's not there to take their jobs. It's never going to do that, but there are certain things that they can really streamline. We also teach them how to properly and effectively grow their businesses with subagents, whether that be an employee or another independent contractor, or some of them are even looking at virtual assistants. Finally, we encourage them to connect with each other, and we found advisors who make arrangements to cover each other either when they're traveling or when they have more business than they can handle. But if they really kind of take the perspective on what is the business I want, focus my training on that, focus my marketing on that, what is the business I'll take? If someone asks me to book a world cruise, I'm going to book it, even if that's not my area of specialization. But then what is that business that's not the right fit for me, that I'm not the best person for, and can I refer that business to another advisor in the network? So I think education and awareness are really key here, Alvin.
Yeah, those are great tips. And again, those are the things, sometimes, when we think about success, we don't think about how important it is to have like a roadmap or some guidelines. It's not like any of us, we go to Florida or any other destination. We always like to open a map because we like to see where we're going. And it's important that you guys provide those things because it helps us as entrepreneurs really understand how to operate a business properly, and having all those resources is such a blessing. So thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome.
obviously you two ladies are super successful. I'm sure you've worked with a numerous amounts of successful advisors, but what is one practice that you could recommend for those advisors, those viewers out there who are trying to grow and scale their business?
Well, let me tell you, it's difficult to pick just one, but I would encourage advisors to challenge themselves to learn something new every day that focuses on growing their business. Schedule that dedicated time each day to accomplish that goal. So some examples of what they could do maybe is how to build your database. What do I need to know to sell more insurance or more luxury products? How can I promote my brand? How can I create incomparable journeys? It's all about differentiating yourself, and learning is the first step to understanding what you need to learn to differentiate and grow your business.
Oh, wise words. Whoever thought that that you ever stop learning, they're definitely wrong. This is not the industry for that, because you constantly learn every single day because things change, and that's how travel is. So I'm glad that you highlight that, Esther. Well, with that said, I'm not sure if either one of you have learned how to sing, but this is my favorite time of the interview. This is when we talk about karaoke songs. And I don't know, Esther or Jackie, who wants to take the lead, but if you were put on stage, put right in front of your network, what is that go-to karaoke song?
Alvin, I wish you didn't ask that. Some people may not realize this, and they certainly won't believe it once I stop singing, but I actually graduated with a degree in music from Western University in London, Ontario. But singing was not my area of expertise. If I had to pick a song that really describes our Nexion Canada advisors, I would have to go with an old Tina Turner classic, Simply the Best. Simply the best. Better than all the rest.
Esther, come on, let's go.
Come on, Esther, let's do a little dance here.
There you go.
Full video coming to a screen near you soon. But in all seriousness, I am so proud of our advisors. They truly are simply the best, and they are entrepreneurs. They want to grow their businesses, and they're doing just that. We had a record number of top producers this past year, and we see no sign of that slowing down.
I completely agree. This is simply the best industry to be in, and I'm so glad that we're in this stage of, or the evolution of this, of our industry, and just so excited for all those that are entering it and finding this as a profession. So, before we let you ladies leave, I know you have a special out there. Do you want to go ahead and just announce it to all of our viewers?
Sure. So we will be having a short-term special for our experienced advisor plans. We will offer $50 off the one-time activation fee, and that offer is good through February 7th. For those coming in to our new advisor virtual campus program, we will offer them $100 off the first module. And that also is good for those that register prior to February the 7th. So we look forward to welcoming both experienced advisors and those just getting started in the industry. Nexion Travel Group Canada is the right home for you.
Well, Jackie, Esther, it was such a pleasure to have you on here. Again, for all the viewers out there, we will drop a link in the chat. So if you want to connect with either Jackie or Esther or Nexion Travel Canada, Group Canada, we'll put it in the chat and you guys can get connected there. So again, Jackie, Esther, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Super thanks for Steph and host agency reviews, and I'll send it back to Steph. Bye, everyone.
Bye, Alvin.
Hello, I am Steph Sandin, Shayna, and co-MC. Thank you so much. I loved all the information, especially that the hosts share about their programs, tools, and culture. I actually saw some commentary, Jackie, so that was fantastic, just saying like how much they love everything you were talking about. And personally, I love the dancing. I love that you got so into it. So thank you for that as well. I am guessing at this point, if you're trying to choose a host, that you may be feeling a little bit overwhelmed. There's so much great info, but there is a lot of it. And I've seen so many of you around for the last 4 days, and I know you'll be here with us tomorrow. And it's such a great opportunity to take the time and learn and pick what's right for you. It's also a great time to check out our 7-day setup accelerator course, where you have an entire chapter of lessons dedicated to helping you find the best host agency for you. So we will have Abby drop a link to the course in the comments shortly. And with over 60 video lessons, we really help take your seed of an idea into fruition so that you can know how to open your agency doors quicker, and just so that you don't miss anything. Like I've said in the past few days, I personally took this myself a few weeks ago so that I can understand and see everything that you would all go through in the course. And it's incredible information in bite-sized tidbits, so really easy to digest. Once you've gone through the course yourself, you may be ready to sign on with a host, and that host might be our next guest, Departure Lounge. I just saw actually this morning that Departure Lounge won some wonderful regional awards at this past week at Virtuoso's Forum event. So Virtuoso is a consortium. You can go watch their recorded session from Monday. And we just want to say congratulations to Departure Lounge and the team for winning 3 different growth awards, the highest annual growth in cruise, hotels, resorts, and tours. We'll link to Departure Lounge's profile in the comments. And of course, you can go directly to our website as well to go take a look. And I think I'm ready to hear what Alvin found out from them, aren't you? Let's take it away, Alvin.
Hi again. I'm back for another interview. I'm Alvin Adriano, Director of Education at ASTA, and I'm looking forward to introduce our guest today. Today we have Keith Walden, owner of Departure Lounge. Hi, and welcome to Host Week, Keith.
Thank you, Alvin. It's a pleasure to be with you.
That's awesome. So how's it been going? How are things looking for you in 2025, man?
Departure Lounge had a fantastic 2024. Our sales were up 72% year over year. And that was after a record-breaking year the year prior. So we have a lot to be happy about as we go into 2025.
That's amazing. There's a lot of advisors who are entering in the industry. They see the potential, the career verticals that are possible, but sometimes it can get isolating. It can get lonely. Sometimes we just need that community. How do you at Departure Lounge create and nurture that sense of community for your advisors?
We've got several things. We're a very engaged group. We've got a private Facebook group that is a beehive of activity day and night because we have advisors on 4 continents, on many time zones. So there's a lot of activity in there. Super helpful group, willing to help each other out, which is important because nobody can know the world in a day. Just because you were somewhere 12 years ago doesn't mean you know it today. So our team really helps each other out with their insider knowledge because they're traveling constantly. And then we've got more than 30 exclusive Departure Lounge fam trips. We have an annual meeting that happens in October each year, which is very well attended for 4 days, where we go over best practices and then have individual meetings with our top 100 preferred partners. And then we also attend several conferences. We're Virtuoso, so we see each other at Virtuoso conferences, ILTM, Duco. So many ways. And you mentioned new to industry. We take about 30 to 35 that are new to industry each year. Last year's rookie class of 34 sold $26 million in their first year. I think it's got to be the most outstanding rookie class in the history of the industry.
That's amazing. And you're right. I mean, we're talking virtually right now. The communities have evolved not only in person, but also virtually through social groups, media platforms. That's amazing statistic about your new rookie group. I mean,
I know, it blew me away. Our top 10 of that 26 sold 15 million, just the top 10. So we do a couple of Zoom team meetings a month as well to stay together. It really is we have plenty of things to make sure people don't feel isolated.
Well, I mean, I'll have to ask you this on the flip side. When someone does 26 million in sales, I mean, sometimes it can be overwhelming. That's a lot of business that you're doing, packing in. At Departure Lounge, how do you guys support that type of growth? What kind of resources do you offer so that they don't get burnt out when they reach these high levels of sales?
Sure. Well, we're all about efficiency. So our technology platforms are all modern and they're time saving. So we provide all of our advisors with a combination of Travelify for proposal and travel documents, a custom booking platform with a company called TravelWits, which pulls in 37 preferred agency programs, a lot of preferred contracts, virtuoso rates, and then our own preferred programs. So it really gives our advisors a selling advantage in the marketplace for luxury leisure. And then we use Xeon as our back office system, and they're all integrated together. So when you book a hotel in our booking platform, it automatically posts for you into Xeon. You don't have to invoice or do any data entry in order to get paid. So that saves you more time to go and do what you love, which most of our advisors love, selling travel, and would rather spend that time interacting with clients. So if we continue to try to become more and more efficient in doing so. And then many of our advisors have assistants or sub-agents that support their business. So provide a lot of examples on how to continue to grow your business if that is your goal. We also don't push people to sell more. It's not part of our culture. We do have minimum levels of sales so that everybody is a serious advisor, but the goals are really up to the individual advisor and what they want to achieve. We seem to attract those that like to produce a lot. We are going to close this year with more than $350 million in sales for 2024, and that was with just 300 advisors. So it's a very high average sale per advisor.
That's amazing. And it speaks to volumes of the resources that you provide them and just the inspiration and leadership for you guys at Departure Lounge. Now, you talk about the 300 advisors that you have in your network. I'm sure you've worked with dozens and thousands of people, executives and advisors, but what's one daily practice that you recommend for advisors as they grow and scale their business?
You know, I think the most important is to get off the hamster wheel and give yourself some thinking time. You know, block out some real thinking time, which sounds simple, but it's not that easy because between family obligations and getting pulled into our phones and everything else, the day is a blur and you don't have time to think. And I think one of the things that the COVID shutdown taught me was, you know, having some dedicated thinking time was great. A lot of the decisions that were made in 2020 have been fantastic for Departure Lounge and all of our advisors. So I think that would be the first thing. And the other would just be to have some, you know, outreach to a client or a prospective client every day, every work day. Just to keep that engagement and relationship fresh and going and staying in touch. I think that's important.
I mean, it aligns with everything that you're saying. I mean, maximizing efficiency, leveraging so that you can get your time back. Because again, we're all in that rat race trying to make sure that we wear multiple hats all the time, and just making sure that we have enough time in the day is so important. Yep. Yeah, so this is the best, well, my favorite part of the interview. It's basically karaoke time, and I'm not sure if you're a Frank Sinatra or an Adele singer, but if Keith, if you had to go in front of your network, what song would you choose to sing karaoke?
Well, the real singer in my family is my kiddo, Lily, who's part of a new band called Next of Kin. Check them out. Really amazing band. But if you were going to, first of all, it would take a whole lot of tequila to get me singing. But for my group, I'd probably have to go to like Chris Stapleton, The Traveler would be my go-to.
Well, are we going to hear a couple bars, a couple some lyrics real quick?
No, you are not. Yeah.
Well, we'll have to ask Steph and make sure, maybe we'll have some tequila shots for you next time.
Yeah, it'd take that. I do like to sing, just not around other people. So
got it.
Yeah.
So Keith, thank you again. It's so great to meet you. Again, pleasure to have the opportunity to speak to you and just learn more about Departure Lounge. And for all the viewers out there, we will drop a link in the chat for to connect with Departure Lounge and Keith. But Keith, is there any final thoughts that you want to add?
I just, thank everybody for their interest in Departure Lounge. I am the gatekeeper as the owner. So any advisor that's interested in joining our team needs to reach out to me and spend some time with me, because culture is our #1 focus at Departure Lounge, and it's all about kindness. We really want only people that are very comfortable with kindness and professionalism, because that is our reputation in the industry, and we're dedicated to keeping that in place. So for those that are interested, I'd be happy to spend some time and chat and see if we're a good fit for each other. But otherwise, I wish everybody a great 2025.
All right, Keith. Well, thanks again. And I'm sending it back to Steph. Signing off for now.
Well, thank you so much, Keith. So how is everyone doing? If you're feeling good and you're loving Host Week, please make sure to give us a thumbs up, or in the chat, give us the hearts, the snakes, specifically for the year of the snake. Happy Lunar and Chinese New Year to everybody. And please come join us over in our YouTube stream. And if you are really, really liking it, you should consider subscribing to our YouTube channel for more fun in the future. And I do promise you there will be a lot more fun in the future. And if you found us on LinkedIn or Facebook, just a reminder, come on over to YouTube. This is where all the action is. So next in line, we have Direct Travel, who are also another winner of one of the annual awards at Virtuosos Forum this past week. They won the top cruise producer member of Virtuoso. So congratulations from all of us at HAR. They've been around since 1953, most impressive, and they accept advisors both in the US and in Canada. Their offices in Toronto are actually only about a 20-minute drive from me, which is great. So at last count, they were sitting at 630 advisors with a total sales of $1 billion. Now, let's jump over to Joelle from Direct Travel and see what they're up to.
Hi, everyone. It's me, Alvin Adriano, Director of Education for ASA, and I'm here with another interview. Now, you might have seen this familiar face in the industry, so please welcome Joelle Goldman, Vice President of Host Services and Luxury Hotel Program for Direct Travel. Hey, Joelle.
Hi, Alvin. It's so good to see you.
You too. It's so good. How's the new year? How's everything going for you?
It's been amazing. I'm so excited for 25. It's just, here we go again, ready or not.
Yeah.
We're all in.
Well, welcome to Host Week, and so excited to have you here. So let's go ahead and jump in. Joelle, what's been going on? I know it's a busy year. Everyone's super excited for 2025, but what are you guys super excited for at Direct Travel?
It's been in the press a lot lately and in the news lately. Direct Travel was acquired by Steve Singh and a few others, and we are really excited about our growth and innovation, new technology at Direct Travel. We're really looking forward to and embracing continued change, because isn't that what we all do here in the industry? And it's been accelerating ever since the pandemic ended and we're back to work. There's just been so many changes. I've been doing this for years, and so much has changed. And I'm not going to age myself, so I won't tell you how long. Just the accelerated change and how to manage that change and help our advisors manage that change along the way. We're here for them.
That's amazing. And I think that's so important, especially for all these entrepreneurs that are out there, just being able to have the most up-to-date or new emerging technology, because there's just ways to maximize your workflow and efficiency. So glad that you guys are highlighting that and being able to put that into fruition for advisors to use. But sometimes as new entrepreneurs first come into the industry, it can be a little bit hard. So how, for you guys at Direct Travel, do you create that sense of community for your advisors?
There's so many resources we provide here at Direct. Everything from, the private Facebook pages just for our ICs. We don't have any partners or anybody else come in on that. It's just for our ICs to connect with each other. We have regional managers and regional directors across the US and Canada both. That is pretty much our independence daily point of contact for anything operational, you name it, and I'm here, and everybody has an open door policy. We are all here to help. I'm here for big picture stuff, but we have so many people available for our independents to, including, what else? We have monthly town halls, leisure town halls. We have a message board on our intranet. We have a new preferred partner lounge. IT, 24/7 IT, you name it, we are there to support them in any way they need.
That's awesome. And having that wide range of services and support is so important, just because there's so many different models of advisors, there's so many different business models, because every advisor has different definitions of success. And so it's great to see that you have that. But for advisors that are, it's great for the community that are new, but it's been busy. Like, travel has been exploding ever since. And I've seen some advisors, especially some direct travel advisors, just really, really scaling, insane sales. How do you help those advisors who have like tremendous volume not burn out? What kind of support and resources do you have for those type of advisors?
Yeah, it's been a lot, and we are here trying to not necessarily handhold, but go along this ride with them hand in hand, or along the way directly at the same time. We, like I said before, we have the managers and directors, regional managers and directors. Me, our VP of operations in both US and Canada are here for them. We're either a shoulder to cry on, or support, or what do you need, or how do we move forward? How do we get through this? We have a leisure support team. We have a leisure supplier management team. Like I said, we also have IT support, and we're building out, I don't even know what to call it yet. It's in its near final stages of being launched, a concierge team for our top producers. Support team on the back end for them for assistance, whether it be booking or invoicing or ticketing. We have an air desk also. So we have lots of support again on the back end too, so they don't feel overwhelmed. We don't want our advisors in any way, shape, or form to get burnt out without having come to us first, because we have so many solutions and resources for them to focus on.
I think that's important. You highlighted that. Sometimes advisors just don't know what resources and services are there to help them, and so having that wide range of services is so important.
And it's really if you don't ask, you don't get, because you may not know what we have, but we're here to offer it because we probably actually do have it. Whatever it is that you're looking for, we have something to help you get through whatever you're going through. And if not, we'll do it together.
And I love the mention of the open door policy, because sometimes it's just getting perspective, being able to have access to executives, people who understand growing businesses. And so I'll ask, I'm sure you've interacted with a lot of entrepreneurs, those that are building their businesses, but what's one daily practice that you would recommend for advisors to really grow and scale their business?
Stay in touch with your clients, whether they're repeat consistent and they're booking monthly, or they haven't booked in ages. Stay in touch. Reach out to at least 2 or 3 clients a week that haven't booked with you in a year or more. Handwritten thank you notes. Always, always, always amazing. Who doesn't love opening their mailbox and receiving something? Just to thank you, love that you're doing business with me, love doing business with you. Haven't heard from you in a while, would love to continue to talk to you about your next trip or travel, or just stay in touch and ask for referrals. Your best clients are your best resource for new business. If you're looking for that, you may not need that, but even if you're not looking for referrals, stay in touch with your clients and reach out to them, because it's always nice to hear from somebody.
I love that. The personalization is the key thing that really differentiates us and makes us unique, especially with a lot of disruptors like AI and computer programs. But it's the time for holidays. Like when we receive those holiday cards over the holidays with handwritten notes, they mean a lot.
I love it. I got a handwritten note on a flight the other day from the flight attendants. clearly I fly a lot
Yeah.
to recognize me, but I got a handwritten note, and it was so touching that it took me by surprise. And yes, it kept my loyalty. It'll definitely keep me loyal to them. But it was such a nice gesture to receive this written by the flight attendant, and signed by all the flight attendants and the pilots. So I'm telling you, a handwritten note goes a long, long way.
Well, talking about personality and just being able to be unique. So I'll have to ask you, we would love to hear what your personality would bring up, because if you were going to be put in a situation on the stage, Joelle, and you have to let your personality shine, what karaoke song would you choose to sing?
I hate this. I'm admitting to everybody, I hate karaoke so much. So please feel for me right now, because this is the hardest question. I can be asked anything, but this is the hardest question in the world. I've been thinking about this, and I'm just going to go with One Love by Bob Marley, because, you know, we all need a little bit of love right now. We're all the same. We're all human. A little love in the world would be really nice right now for everybody.
It's a great song. It's a great anthem to start the new year, especially just because I think we all love this industry, and we love the impact that it has and what it does for people. So that's a great song, and I'm so happy that you're to share it. So it's over.
Sorry.
It's over. Well, Joelle, we're at the end of the interview. I again, thank you so much for joining us here at Host Week. Before I let you go, did you want to say some final thoughts to all the viewers out there?
To everybody out there, here's to a great 25. Here's to increasing our business across the board. Here's to working with our clients better, easier, nicer, whatever it is. And we are all in this together. I don't care what company you're with, what agency you're with, we're all in this together, and we're all here to support each other always. And also thank you, Alvin. Thank you for everything you do. And thank Asta for everything you guys do for us, because without you, we're also not here a lot. So thank you.
Oh, no problem. We are here to support all advisors, and I thank you so much, Joelle. Again, for all the viewers out there, we will put a link to Direct Travel and Joelle. So if you want to reach out and connect with them, it'll be in the chat. But again, Joelle, thank you so much for being here, and I will send it back to Steph. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello. Great song choice, Joelle. Absolutely loved it. And here's to a great 2025 to you too. As a reminder, we are giving away a $50 gift card every day. I have the beautiful card holders that Steph bought to celebrate the Lunar and Chinese New Year. And all you have to do to be entered to win is go to our website, hostagencyreviews.com, and leave a review for one of our listed tech providers or consortium. Or you can also enter to win by leaving a question for any of our tech providers, host agencies, or consortium. We've seen a lot come in today, so thank you to everybody. And if you want to know who the winner is from yesterday, congratulations to Tyrone Bowie. If you are around today, congrats. Either way, our team will be sending you an email directly to get your address so that we can send you your gift card. So look out for that. Okay, here we go. Next up, we have Travel Edge, also from my hometown of Toronto. Again, many of today's hosts take on Canadian and US advisors. Travel Edge was founded in 2001 and now has a network of 450 advisors that bring in an impressive $500 million in sales. So let's dive in and see what makes Travel Edge unique beyond the fact that they just accept both US and Canadian advisors. Pam and Tanya, take it away.
Hello, and thank you. We are back for another interview. I am Pam Bonin, Director of Strategic Member Partnerships for ASTA, the American Society of Travel Advisors. Once again, excited to be part of Host Agency Review's 2025 Host Week for this year. So wonderful. I am here today with Tanya Johnson, Director of Business Development with Travel Edge. Hi, Tanya.
Hi, how are you? I'm excited to be here.
Wonderful. No, we're this is going to be a really great 15 minutes, and the focus is all on you and Travel Edge. So I know the advisors watching are really excited and looking forward to seeing what's ahead for the year for you. And so let's dive in. Does that work?
Okay, I have lots in my goodie bag to share here today, so happy to start.
Great. Perfect. Tell me, what are you most excited about for your network for the upcoming year?
2025 for us, really community focus, really being able to enhance what we already have in terms of offerings for the community. It's so important. It's important in this industry, outside of this industry. And I think with this type of a job, when you're working in your home or your kitchen or your basement, and sometimes it can feel like you're a lone wolf, but you're really not. And I think we have strengthened that. We've got a lot of exciting things that I'm going to tell you about a little bit further along the way, that and a new fresh approach really in terms of our community engagements that we're offering. And of course, technology, you know, the other thing that we as humans can no longer live without, other than community these days, is technology and enhancements that we are making to our technology. It's an engine that we're super, super proud of, and keeping it relevant, moving forward with the times, 2025 and moving forward. And so a lot of what we're adding to that, I think, will make the job easier, slicker, and, you know, more profitable.
Oh, no, that's great. Those are two really great themes for you that I think will continue to surface and be woven nicely throughout this entire conversation, is community and technology. Absolutely. So good. So starting a business and working from home can be isolating. You touched on that a little bit. You could feel like a lone wolf sometimes. So dive into some of those community building aspects a bit. You know, how do you help build and foster community within your network?
Sure. Happy to do so. I mean, first of all, every advisor with us has what we call a relationship manager. And that's your go-to person. And that's your person who's going to help you find your way around and understand the ins and outs of Travel Edge, as well as the entire industry. So that's your first point to stop. So you're actually never working alone. They're always there at your fingertips for you. And we have an entire team of that in terms of our directors of different travel verticals that are all there for you. So you're working as a team. But in terms of getting you out there and getting you to community, for us for 2025 this year, we have a couple of events, and they're live events as well as online events. And the first one I really want to talk about, because it's the most exciting, is our first ever conference that's going to be in San Antonio, Texas. And again, in this industry, I think we've all been to conferences. You spend your time sitting in a conference room listening to wonderful suppliers, but you don't have as much time to do the things you want to do. So I think our fresh face on it this year is we've made it really immersive. We are going to give our entire team, as well as the wonderful suppliers that are going to be with us, an opportunity to enjoy everything in and around San Antonio, Texas. So museums, art galleries, maybe cycling, taking part in local events that are going there, as well as learning and spending time with these suppliers, which is valuable because you're building relationships, you are networking. But I think a team that learns together, plays together, you build really strong relationships. So we're going to allow you to be able to do that. And I think kind of the cherry on the cake is we have a concierge team. So all of our advisors that will come in will have their own concierge, and I'm going to be one of the concierge members.
Oh.
Our goal is, so you know what, if you want to make dinner reservations, you'll come to your concierge member. If you want tea or coffee while you're in your meetings, we're going to bring that to you. So we're here to hold you with the kit gloves that you hold your customers as luxury advisors. So giving you the service that you give. So I think that's really fun. It's a new, fresh twist on, you know, the traditional conference model. So looking forward to that. That's going to be huge. And then outside of that, we have at least 3 knowledge trips coming up, and this is when, again, you can meet your peers and you can travel. It's essentially a FAM, but we like to call it a knowledge trip because it's travel only. Taking you to destinations. Last year, we went to places such as the Azores, Barbuda, Croatia, London. So an array of those going on. We've got some virtual / in-person events. Our first one is coming up in January, and the focus is Japan. Very hot these days, hot destination. So learning about Japan, getting to meet suppliers, one-on-one meetings, and that's virtual. And there's also there's an in-person component in key cities across North America. So, for example, I think New York and Toronto going to a cooking class the second day. So again, trying to get offline a little bit and getting people together, meeting their peers, meeting people that they work with, and really being a part of a team. And I'm really just touching on a few because I think I could go on and on and on, but I know there's more.
I love your experiential components to it. I think that's so important is the working together, playing together. We really build those really strong connections and relationships and memories that we can pull on. And we just, it's just the human side of this wonderful industry, and how great that is for business. That's good.
And I think it allows, our members to make friends for life who could be on the other side of the country, and they can discuss their business with them. We're not competitors in that respect, although each is running their own business. But you have now someone that you've got a great relationship to bounce ideas and just talk about the industry with.
And being able to come out of the gate with a fresh new conference in San Antonio, and to be able to pull from all of your experience of yourself and the rest of your leadership team being in the industry and advisors, and like taking all of that really great feedback and tweaking and changing and making some really great updates. Good for you. That's really exciting. Looking forward to how that goes. So another challenge that happens in the industry is a lot of travel advisors, they start to feel some burnout once they hit certain milestones, and those milestones are different for everybody. So what kind of resources and support does Travel Edge offer to help your network kind of overcome some of that sense of burnout?
Yeah, no, a great question. And, burnout is real, and it is difficult. And again, if you're feeling isolated, but you're never alone. We have safety nets all throughout the Travel Edge network. And I think I'm starting out with maybe our advisory committee or our advisory services, I should say. And under that, there's a lot of different teams that can help you to do your job. We have a 24/7 service that your customers can use when they're traveling with their trips. So if they have problems with their flights or their hotels, so you can take the weekend off. You can go to bed at night, and when your phone rings at 3 a.m. because someone's stranded, they can use our 24/7. So it's going to give you that opportunity to not be on call the whole time and be on pins and needles if people are traveling. So we can take that away from you to help you focus also on the things that are important to you. We also have we have a commission chasing service, which is also really new, that came out of last year. Our advisors kind of sat down and told us their wish list, and that was one of them. And that's another pain point. You're tired, you're trying to sell, and you're dealing with so much of these operational things that take your time away from why we're here. We love what we're doing, and that can really pull you down. So we've got a team that can help you chase your commissions. We have a team that can book your air for you. If you want to step away from a part of the job that you find stressful, well, you can send that to our air booking team. And I mean, those are some of the services that you can use, and your business can continue to function if you need to kind of step back and take the time you need to look at how am I going to grow? What direction am I going in? It doesn't mean that certain parts are going to fall flat while you're looking to that. And then we also have the human component. I mentioned earlier, we have a relationship manager. Everybody has their relationship manager. This person is your one-to-one, your go-to person. And, if you're needing help and your wheels are spinning, you can go to them. And they're going to be, what can we do to help you to get to where you want to, whether it's a change of direction, or you need a bit of space. And how am I going to get that to kind of, get that inspiration back and reorganize? So the person help, as well as the kind of the team that can help the business function. We have that personal connection, as well as we have our travel vertical directors. We have a director of air, of cruise, of hotel, and they're also there to support you. So I think what we've done is we have found a support network, whether it's operationally, personally, or just to give you that opportunity to help rebuild. And on a personal note, I am going to say, let those wheels function. Let us take care of that and step back and rest. And we're in the travel industry. Find somewhere to travel and re-inspire yourself, and know that your business can still function, because we're there to hold your hand.
And what's so important that you said is that, you talk about a lot of these resources being so great to kind of stop burnout before it happens, but it's also, these are really great tools for helping advisors and small business owners scale and work in their zones that they love, and what it maybe inspired them to get into this industry. And there's maybe some are more creative and love the selling process, maybe some love other aspects and the itinerary building. So how cool is that these tools are there to help you build your business, but also keep you from that burnout?
Yeah, I think it's really important. Yeah.
So what is one daily practice you'd encourage advisors to engage in to help them grow their business?
Okay. I'm going to say that at the end of every day, you make a schedule, a list as to what you're going to do the next day. And this is also going to help with burnout, right? I mean, there's two main things: consistency and organization. So you come to the end of your day, if growth of the business is really, how am I going to scale the growth? You're going to tell yourself every day, I'm going to reach out to 2 to 3 new customers, or 2 to 3 new prospects. And that's chunk one of your schedule, 90 minutes. That's what you're going to do, and then take a break, 90 minutes of following up with new customers that you have reached out to, and you're breaking it into chunks to make it doable, to make it easy to do and to organize. And then the last little thing on my list that I would put together, my daily list, would be market research. What's new, what's hot, what's trendy, and how am I going to market that? And you can use our marketing team, whether it's social media, whether you pick up the phone, it doesn't matter, but stay relevant. And I think just making that list with maybe those 3 points, and I think that's going to cover the other questions that we had also in terms of kind of, burnout. You get up every day and you at least know 3 things that I am doing, and I don't have so many moving parts that I'm trying to grab hold of. And how quickly in this industry and in this job that 9 a.m. you're going to show up and yes, this is what I'm going to do. And the phone rings and things go all over the place. At least at the end of every day, close your business out with those 3 things, or whatever your 3 important things are for the next day. Get up, follow them, and wherever else the chips fall, they fall.
That's great advice. And you know what I took away from that comment is not just the end of the day to-do list. It was consistency. That word consistency really rang in my ears. So, I think that even though you were focusing on that list, I think that you said something that actually is really meaningful to all of us as professionals is that consistency piece. So
yeah,
that's really
consistency, organization, and I'd love to say that I have mastered that. So every day I try to follow my own words of advice, and some days are better than others, but it's the trying every day, right?
Absolutely. Okay, we've got the last and final question. It's a fun one. Karaoke song. If you were serenading your agency network with a karaoke song, what song would it be?
Okay, well, I'm going to turn the tables on you a little bit here today. I am going to a cappella sing the first line of a song that represents, I think, us at Travel Edge. And my singing is atrocious, so I apologize in advance, and see if you can guess it. So just bear with me.
I am always picked last in the trivia teams, and I probably will need to phone a friend, but I'm here. I love music. I love singing, but let's go for it, lady.
All right, give me a second. All right, here we go. Ready? There's no combination of words I could put on the back of a postcard. No song to sing that I could capture your heart. Better when we're together.
I don't know this song.
It's Better Together by Jack Johnson. And
I love Jack Johnson. Oh my
You
gosh,
see-
that's so funny. But I wouldn't have known. I
you do.
I love
You
that.
do. It's my singing that you probably threw you way off.
I need to go downstairs and ask Miss Alexa what to sing that song. Lovely. That's a really great song choice. Nice work. Nice work,
So
Tanya.
from us and from me, you know, Travel Edge is really all we feel. We're better together. And
Oh, perfect. That's perfection. So Tanya, thank you so much for spending this time with us today. It was a pleasure getting to know you and learning more about Travel Edge. And I know the advisors that are tuning in today would say the same thing. So nice. And we'll see you on the next host agency interview. So thanks, Tanya.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Pam. It's been lots of fun.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, thank you so much, Tanya. So many fantastic insights and great song choice. I was actually singing it along with my microphone off, but great song choice. And please, everyone, definitely go back, listen to the recording. So before we head into our next host, we want to hear from you. Your feedback means everything to us and helps us continue to shape the future of Host Week. Luis and Juan are going to pop up a QR code on the screen. So please feel free to fill out your feedback, what you'd like, what you didn't like, anything you'd like to see in the future. We would love to hear it all. So please go ahead, scan the code, and we would love to hear from you. All right, so up next, we have Global Travel Collection, another Virtuoso Award winner, as their top producer for hotels and resorts. Congratulations from us at the Heart team. Founded in 2007, and they are a hybrid host agency and traditional travel agency model. Not only do they work with advisors in the US, but they also work with advisors across the pond in the UK. So let's get right into it with Alvin from ASTA and Shari from GTC.
Well, hello everyone. It's good to be back, and I'm Alvin Adriano, Director of Education at ASTA, and I'm glad to introduce someone who's been a staple in the industry. So I'd like to introduce Ms. Sheree Faust, Senior Vice President of Strategic Growth and Advisor Success for the Global Travel Collection. Hi, Sheree.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm doing good. Little cold, but I'm so excited to have you join us at Host Week. How's everything going for you?
Oh, it's going great. Really enjoying my time here at Global Travel Collection and excited about what 2025 is going to bring. So glad to be
Well, why don't you
here.
tell us what's going on? I mean, what are you guys most excited? It's busy for everyone, but tell us what's on the horizon.
Yeah, so for me, I'm just super excited about 2025 travel predictions, especially in the luxury space. I mean, everybody's saying it's going to be a gangbuster year. And as far as it relates to Global Travel Collection, the things that excite me the most are the tools and resources that we're bringing to market for our advisors, you know, not just to enhance their experience, but also to enhance the luxury travel experience as a whole. And so let me give you an idea of some of that. We have the design of our organization called the Advisor Success Organization is something I'm super passionate about. So we have a position called Advisor Success Manager, and that person is for all intents and purposes, quarterback of a team of advisors. So we take what is a fairly large luxury agency, Global Travel Collection, and divide it up into smaller pods. And so that Advisor Success Manager helps curate the experience for our advisors, whatever their goals might be. They can do, they schedule team meetings, partner presentations, coordinate FAMs, do, charity work, business coaching. So I love that. I think it's something very unique that Global Travel Collection brings to our advisors. Advisors tell us often they feel alone out there in the world, right? And what this organizational design, it helps create a community and peer-to-peer learning. So that's one thing. The other thing I'm very excited about is our partnership, our joint venture with a company called Nicer. It's a travel startup. And it's AI powered platform that our travel agency within Global Travel Collection called In the Know Experiences is going to use. It's a platform that makes it easier for a new to industry advisor to book travel. It includes a CRM, it includes an itinerary builder, it includes a hotel booking platform, an air booking platform, and it's really next generation travel booking for us with this nicer partnership. So those are a few things that I'm really excited about in 2025.
Oh, that's amazing. I mean, I think now everyone's understanding the importance of technology and the emergence of AI and how to leverage tools to really maximize their workflows and just optimize their time. And so I do want to mention, because that sounds great with the advisor success manager, just having, I know advisors do feel lonely and isolated, and sometimes that's not, they don't understand the multiple hats that they have to wear, so they need that support. But is there other ways and opportunities that you guys create a sense of community at the Global Travel Collection?
Absolutely. We have some really great networking events and professional development events. And the one that I want to mention is our annual event. It was formerly called Elevate Connections. We're actually rebranding it this year and making it even better than it was last year. It's going to be in Phoenix in May. And it brings together a group of our advisors alongside partners, alongside industry leaders, alongside learning and development, and also has a really big recognition component, spotlighting our advisors who have made some significant accomplishments in their businesses. So that's one way. And then we do have professional development days throughout the year where we bring subject matter experts for our advisors to learn from. Another great collaboration tool we have is our Teams channel. We have multiple different topics in our Teams channel environment. And the one that seems to be the most popular is our Just Back From series, where advisors can go in and talk about where they've been, and then start trading secrets about hotels, destinations. And so we find that, our advisor community likes to go in there and learn a lot of things. And we've got, like I said, multiple channels where you can do peer-to-peer learning. And then another thing that we do is a lot of content sharing and storytelling. I don't know if you're familiar with the show that's on NBC called the Extra Mile Club, but it's something we're very, very proud of. So we had two of our very best advisors compete against one another, and it was filmed by NBC. They had celebrity clientele. They plan a trip for them, and then the celebrity clientele chooses the trip that they like the best. So it's like a competition. And it's very cool. It's on NBC, and it shows in my time zone right after Saturday Night Live. I'm not sure where it shows in every other market, but it's been a wonderful opportunity to showcase what it is to be a travel advisor. So that's just a few ways that we reach out and create community at Global Travel Collection.
It's amazing. It's a holiday season, so binge watching is on my agenda. So I will put that extra mile.
Try to look for that Extra Mile Club. I try not to butcher the name of it, but
And I love the platforms. I think that's so important, being able to share tacit knowledge that you just don't learn in webinars and educational. That peer-to-peer education is so important because we're always learning. Things and experiences are so unique, and just being able to have a way for advisors to connect and communicate is so important.
I couldn't agree more. I think we hear that so much since COVID. The brick and mortar has gone away. It's home based, and we have to do, and we really do focus on that at Global Travel Collection, creating a place for people to come together and learn from each other. Advisors are really hungry for that. So thank you.
You're welcome. And, I also want to key into something you also mentioned about connecting or engaging with your like-minded entrepreneurs, those that are succeeding, some of the top producers. We've seen so much expansion and growth in the travel advisors. Sometimes that lead into a lot of sales, a lot of high volume sales, and especially during wave season, it can cause a lot of burnout or just being overwhelmed. How do you help those advisors? How do you help support them?
It's the opposite side of the coin of growth, right? Growth comes out. Yeah. I mean, we're really tuned into that. And we have a few ways that we try to shore up the resources of our advisors who are feeling that way. First of all, I think we have the best partner programs in the business. I mean, we've got our air team. I mean, we do weekly calls with our air team, and we have an air support place where our advisors can go and get coached on what they're doing with their air. So it kind of takes that off of their plate, and it's plugged into, like I said, some of the highest commissions available in the business. So that piece helps shore up the air side. Our hotel and partner programs area, we have a hotel program called Select, Curated, and Worldwide. We cover more than any other hotel program out there. And we vet the partnerships in a way where we know absolutely that our advisors will be supported by those partnerships, right? Like, it's not just book it and then go away. So that, we feel like, gives our advisors time back and a sense of security when they're booking the things that we're providing, which automatically gives them back time. We also have a vast array of desks that our advisors can use. A couple of my favorites to free up their time are our advisor coverage desk. So, you know, advisors tell us, I can never leave my desk. I'm so busy. I'm so burnt out. I can't take a vacation. We have an advisor coverage desk where they can hire someone who will watch their business while they're traveling and while they're on vacation. And we also have another great desk that's called our paid for services desk, where you can hire someone hourly to do so many different tasks that you might not have the time to do. And it's a really reasonable price, which then gives you back your time. So that's just a couple of ways that we try to shore up our advisors. There's many more. We have an AI chat bot we just put into place that allows the advisor to ask an AI chat bot what information you're looking for, and then they gather it from our intranet, which is really jam-packed full of information, and deliver that response back to the advisor very quickly. So we're excited
That's
about
amazing.
that. Yeah.
You know, I mean, and you know, one thing that I do want to point out, it's just sometimes advisors just don't know what resources that they have. Having a vetted program where you can have trusted advisors watch your business, or being able to outsource some of your back office operations. I mean, that's amazing to have, especially for
And I just want to mention too, you're so right. Like that advisor success manager, they will guide each advisor to these resources. Because sometimes that's the thing, when you have so many resources, an advisor can get shut down, right? But if they have this person pointing them into the right places, that really, really streamlines the workflow. So yeah, we're excited about that piece. So thank you for asking.
No problem. Well, Sheree, we talked about technology, community with the advisor success manager, leveraging all the services that you have. I'm sure you've worked with tons of entrepreneurs, but could you share some strategies or some tips that you can share with advisors to really grow their businesses?
Yeah, absolutely. When I think about this question, I think, like, let's take a step back and really think about it from a strategic perspective instead of getting into the tactical right away. And the one thing that I think is really important is to spend time on their business and not in their business, right? So at the beginning of the day, my suggestion would be, and I think about this for myself in my own work, think about what your overarching goals are for those first 10 minutes of the day, and think about, are the tactical pieces that you're doing directly affecting those overall strategic goals? So that's the one thing. And then just real tactically, I think, as any salesperson or any business person, stay close to your client, send notes, check in, ask for feedback, show them some itineraries that they might be interested in. And I'm proud to say GTC has many resources that help our advisors to stay in contact with that most important person, their client. And then thirdly, I would say, everybody says social media, but it really is important to learn that, that space, and to learn how to use it to build your brand. spend time in there, responding to comments, posting content. And I'm also really proud to say we have an offering called the Social Society within Global Travel Collection that an advisor can purchase into that program, and we take care of all of it for you. And it's quite cost conscious. It's not as expensive as you might imagine. So those are 3 of the things that I would recommend that our advisors do.
Well, those are some wise words. I know we all get caught with blinders because we're just so busy with the day-to-day that we forget the end goal is to be successful and to work on your business, because sometimes we lose focus with all the things that we have to deal with all the multiple hats and the challenges of the uncertainty. So I'm glad that you,
yeah.
Right.
Totally.
So Ray, this is my favorite point of the interview. It's, we talk about personalization and uniqueness, but for you, someone that's out there, what song, if we were going to ask you to put you on stage in front of your network, what song would embody the personality that you have? I mean, what's that song that you would sing?
It's such a great question, and I love karaoke. I have to admit, and I love doing it. And so I guess like I have an 11-year-old daughter, and we watched the movie Wicked over a couple months ago, right? And so I just became obsessed with defying gravity, right? And it's because the positive lyrics that promote confidence in your own abilities and never second guessing and not letting negativity pull you down. And this is my message to our advisors who work so hard and have a dream for their businesses. It's time to try defying gravity, and nothing can pull you down.
I love it. I love it. I think we all learn as an industry that resilience is something that we can do. And we did so many wonderful things there. We just have to keep that momentum up. And it's in songs like that are inspirational with that emotion that gives us that motivation to continue pressing on. So I love that song, Sheree. Thank you for sharing.
My pleasure.
Well, we're at the end. Again, it was a pleasure to have you on, Sheree. For all the viewers out there, we will put the link to the Global Travel Collection and Sheree so that you guys can connect. But is there any final words that you want to share, Sheree?
I just want to thank you for this time and all you do for the industry. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day.
Well, thank you so much, Sheree. Take care, and hopefully we cross paths next year. Again, thank you, Sheree, and then we'll send it back to Steph at the studio. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Hello. Well, thank you so much. And really, I think you are all playing into my love of musicals. So this has been a lot of fun. For those of you just joining us, come on over to YouTube if you're watching on LinkedIn or Facebook, because all the fun and the comments are over here and you definitely want to be part of it. Reminder, if you are watching on your phone and if you want to see the comments, you can scroll through them right under the video or click on the comment, and then you can see the entire list of comments and they'll be visible so you can join in on the fun. I do have to remind you all of our incredible sponsors, because without them this week would not be possible. So a big thank you again to our weekly sponsors, Incentive Connection Travel, KHM Travel Group, Largay Travel, PTN Travel, Travify, Vacation Planners, Wanderlust Campus, and finally GRN Connect, and to our wonderful daily sponsor today, Insider Travel Report. And as a reminder, tomorrow we are going to have our regular Friday 15 in our host week calendar with Chuni Wright. She's an attorney who is here to answer your legal questions. So please go ahead and submit any that you have to hostagencyreviews.com/Friday15. While she will be providing advice, please always check with your personal counsel as well for specific situations. If you want to check out our past Friday 15s to see what it's all about, they're available at the URL I just said, hostagencyreviews.com/Friday15. So please go check them out. All right, on to the next host. They are located in Connecticut, and as a disclaimer, they do only take on U.S. advisors. So Largay Travel opened in 1969, and like some of our other hosts throughout the week, they have more of a boutique feel with 115 advisors, but bring some very serious noise with 110 million in sales. So we've got Largay's CEO and president for this interview, which should be an absolute blast. So with Paul and Amanda. So Pam, take it away.
Hello, and thank you. We are back and looking forward to the next 15 minutes here. I am Pam Bonin, Director of Strategic Member Partnerships for ASTA, the American Society of Travel Advisors. And as I've said before in a couple of other interviews, I'm really thrilled that we were asked as an ASTA team to be a part of the Host Agency Reviews Host Week for 2025. So I'm here with Paul Largay, CEO and Chief Culture Curator. I hope I got that right.
CCC, you got it.
CCC. Largay Travel, and Amanda Klimak, President and co-owner of Largay Travel. This is going to be a really fun 15 minutes. You two are a joy to talk to. So, but let's turn it over to you since you two are the star of the show, and we're really looking forward to learning as much as we can about Largay Travel. So, hello, and let's get started. Does that work?
Great.
Okay. So, what are you most excited about for your network in the upcoming year?
I'll take the first part of that question, Amanda. What I'm most excited about is that this is going to be my 44th year of having the privilege of being in the most incredible industry with some of the most creative, dedicated, successful people. And what I am really excited about in 2025 for Largay is the continued continuity and the consistency and the tenure of the members of our community. We tell people that we don't really run a company. We belong to a community of like-minded souls. Our secret sauce is our culture. We believe that you have to be kind, you have to do the right thing, you have to practice community before individual, and you have to be a practitioner of the art of joyful commerce. And you can't surrender your humanity nor your humor to be part of our community. And we, by design, limit the number of people that are in our community because we believe that in order for our culture to be scalable, there is a threshold beyond which it can't go. So I'm just excited about life. I'm excited about sharing this joy, this ride, and this incredible momentum that we're celebrating our 56th year of doing the most remarkable job in the world.
Yeah. And I couldn't agree more with Paul, but then I'm also really excited because 2024 was a challenging year. We were unsure how the economy was going to be, an election and all of these different things. But what was great was we did some upgrades to technology, and it really set us up to come into 2025 on the ground running. We're using AI, we're using the best software we can to manage our client base and to allow our advisors to really streamline their process and allow them to do what they love, which is selling. And so we feel like we are positioned to be able to really, really build advisors from people just coming into the industry to $1 million, $2 million producers, to also people coming over that just want a better way or a different way, but everyone needs to align with our culture because that is what we're all about, is having a community of people we really like to work with. And that's what it's all about for us.
Oh, I love that, Paul. I love that's the first. I hope I'm going to reuse that. The joyful commerce. What a great way to think about and look at the businesses that you all are supporting.
We truly live that gospel. I mean, we talk about it every day, and we don't just talk about it, we actually live it. And that's what's really kind of neat about, again, this community. And, Amanda mentioned about some of our advisors. This is also the 16th year of our mentoring program where we recruit, we educate, we mentor, and we celebrate their success of people that didn't previously have any background in travel, and they're doing their encore career, and they've now become, many of them are top producers. And last year, they accounted for 72% of our business of the past graduates. So it's really working. It's very attractive, and we're just excited about that, as well as everything else that's old and everything else that's new.
I love it. And the technology to support your growing, their growing businesses. So such an important piece that we'll probably touch on throughout the interview. That's great. So a couple of interesting questions here to follow that talk about some of the challenges in the industry. Starting a business and working from home can sometimes be isolating. So you touched on this a bit with your community, but help us better understand how you build and foster that community within Largay Travel and with your network.
collaboration from the moment someone steps in the door, collaboration with colleagues, it's what is key in this industry. And I've always believed that. And that's why I volunteer for like the ASTA board and for, the Virtuoso board, is that you learn so much from your colleagues. And that's what it's all about, is about sharing information, about being able to work with people you like and being able to connect with them both online, whether it be our weekly town hall on Zoom, whether it be our, regular trainings, or whether it be educational trips or coming to our annual company meeting that we, have learning, we have suppliers, we have all sorts of education, meeting up at Virtuoso Travel Week. We try as hard as possible to keep people connected because it can be isolating to be at home. And so, using Google Chat and using, video chat and Zoom is so important because there is a different type of communication that happens when you're face to face with somebody that it doesn't necessarily happen on the phone or on email. And so we try to use the technology as much as possible to connect people on a regular basis. The other thing is, because our team is about 120, 130 people, around the nation, there are pockets of people in all parts of the country. So whether you live in Kansas City or Florida or Texas, there's always a group of people around. And so we encourage people to be part of their local ASTA chapter, to go to local trainings that suppliers have, and meet up with their colleagues from Largay. And, one thing I absolutely love is the sharing that takes place. And that's really key because you can't have been everywhere, right? So if I have a client that comes to me and says, I want to go to Mongolia, well, I've never been to Mongolia. I don't know a thing about it. So I'm able to reach out and say, hey, has anybody been to Mongolia? And then you get a group of people that say, yeah, I stayed in a yurt. And then you're sharing information. And that collaboration doesn't always happen, especially at host agencies. It can be really competitive at times, but we don't do that. We believe that our community of people and that the group is stronger than the individual. And it's one of our core values is, community before individual. We want people to be able to work together to build business because there's plenty of it.
And it's all about relationships, not transactions. And to Amanda's point about these pockets of advisors throughout the country, one of the things that we really pride ourselves in is we help all of our advisors with any of their local consumer events. And not only do we help them put together a program and a strategy, but a lot of times we'll jump on a plane and fly out and actually physically participate in the actual consumer event. And so there's a real sense of investment on our part from their perception that, these people are not just going to sort of set me up and then say on Monday morning, hey, how'd it go? They were right there in the thick of it. And it creates this incredible bond of mutual trust. And that's, let's face it, about relationships, it's all based on trust. And both parties have to be willing to invest in that relationship. And we love it because Amanda actually prefers when I'm not here. But that's her issue. But I love being out and about and sort of being the mayor of Largay Travel. It's what I do best, and it's what I enjoy the most.
He's like mayor with cheese, though. That's the only thing.
Oh, I just love it. But you're able to help bring it together for the advisors and those clients too. So what a great value, what a wonderful supportive action and activity that you engage in on behalf of your advisors. That's really great. So you have more wisdom to share. So I'm going to ask a couple of more questions. Oh, do you have one more thing, Amanda?
Well, I just wanted to say the other thing that we really foster is our relationship with our supplier partners. And so when our advisors need help with sales, there's always somebody from the main office who can help with a three-way call, but we also really connect the advisors with our supplier partners. And, being able to have that relationship that you can get on the phone and have somebody who is an expert be on there to help you sell and promote what you're talking about with your clients is key. And we really work hard on that too.
Great. That's wonderful. So a lot of travel advisors start to feel a little bit of burnout once they hit maybe some certain sales milestones within their career and as they're building their business. What kind of resources does Largay Travel have to help support and help you overcome that burnout feeling that many professionals
You're looking
feel?
at two of the most important resources, and our philosophy is headed off at the pass. And every year I do one-on-one conversations that are approximately an hour long with every single individual I see. And we talk about what's going on, not just in their business, what's going on in their life, what's going on with their children, how many toys is the dog destroyed instead of the shoes. I mean, it gets down to a granular level. But what the great thing is, if we have an advisor who's struggling, we don't call them up to chastise them or wait until they jump from the roof. We say, hey, nobody ever fails. You just sometimes find things that don't work. So let's talk about what you've done, what's worked, what's not at the current time working. And now let's collaborate. Let's make this thing a joint exercise. Let's really understand what your goal was and where you're at. And also, if you get to the point where you're drinking from the fire hose, let's talk about, we don't talk about work-life balance. We talk about alignment. Is what is your vision of your life? And that's obviously part of your personal and part of your professional. But if those things are not in alignment with your macro vision of what your life should look like, then we try to help with both sides of it. And we try to give assistance. We have a department in here, assistant services, that we have a team of people that are trained that can assist people with doing different itineraries, the access or the Travelify or insurance quotes, things that are very time consuming that some of these successful advisors get tangled up in blues with, that they let them stack up because that's not their core competence. And they go, it's a time suck. Mm-hmm. And we say, guess what? We're going to give you more time to do one of two things: sell more, or more importantly, take the dog for a walk.
Well, and Pam, just to add to that, one of the things we know is everybody loves different things, different aspects of the business. I'm an operations person, so if I can make process and procedure all day long, I'm so excited about that. And, Paul's not. He loves to have that relationship of getting on the phone, talking and things like that. So we have different departments that are there to assist advisors in the way they need to be assisted. So assistant services can do itinerary building, invoicing, helping manage client lists, and all of that, creating reports, doing different things that advisors need. It's an ad hoc. So depending on what you need, depending on how much time you need, it's a la carte. We have a marketing department that offers marketing, whether it be a newsletter, whether it be a promotion or a client event or a group trip. They're there to help build things for you, Instagram posts, things like that. We've got a client relations department so that when somebody's traveling, if their client needs assistance while they're away, that department can help their client in their absence so that your business can continue running. So when you're at that ASTA event, you can focus on that event. So we really try to help people in the way they need help, not just one size fits all, but really based on what their needs are.
We tell them not to call 911, call client services.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. All right. Give me your one daily practice you would encourage advisors to engage in to help grow their business.
For me, I would say keep a to-do list, and every night look at your list, prioritize the things that will make the most impact in your business the next day or that week. Focus on those things first, and then focus on the little things that come along. What you'll find is if you do a weekly circle up, look at your list, and you've done those biggest impact items each day, you will see major growth in your business. I think so many advisors get sucked into the minutia and the fires that come in on a daily basis, but they don't take time to work on their business. And if you just pick one or two things a week, one thing a day, you will make huge strides. And I think that's super important, and we forget to do that often.
Yeah, that's great advice, Amanda. Paul, anything from you? What's that one
I,
thing?
I,
Before we
I
get into
think
the
one of the
first?
great things everybody can do is frankly meditate. When you get out of bed, we're so busy trying to get to our emails and to get the coffee and whatnot. We need to slow down things. We need to center ourselves. We need to remind ourselves all of the goodness that exists in our life and all of the amazing things that we do for our clients, and to remind ourselves that our job responsibility is to get up and to help people capture their dreams. And when you sort of center and refocus yourself and you really meditate on that, it makes a lot of the white noise just go away.
Love that mindset. It's a mindset thing too. Well, let's dive in. Those are wonderful, wonderful pieces of advice. Karaoke song. If you were to serenade your agency network with a karaoke song, what would it be?
Oh, dear Lord.
Oh boy, I
Here it
think it would
comes.
be "We Are Family." I got all my sisters in me.
Woo!
Get up, everybody, and sing.
Woo!
Not woo, it's "We Are Family." Woo, that's what the hell? She's the chorus. It's got "We Are Family." Oh my God.
Obviously, one of us practiced a little more than the other, but
So I've carried her
That was
longer than her
perfect.
mother.
That's a perfect way to end the interview, you two. Thank you, Paul and Amanda, for spending this time with us. What a joy. And thank you for sharing your wisdom and what's going on at Largay Travel for 2025 and beyond. Thank you to the advisors for tuning in, and we'll see you on the next interview.
thanks,
Love it.
Pam.
Cheers.
Great to see you.
Happy New Year.
Hi, everyone. I am loving all this dancing. The karaoke singing and dancing is my favorite. And yes, Amanda, you can tell somebody practice more than somebody else. I love it. And really, Amanda, as you said, we are family. The group is stronger than the individual. I love that. Thank you, Paul, for being in the comments. Everyone is loving it. I just see the comments going off, and it looks like so much fun. I'm going to have to check it out more when our next speaker comes up. I do want to send a thank you so much to ASTA, the American Society of Travel Advisors, for joining us and hosting almost all of our consortium and host interviews. We love you all over there, so thank you so much. ASTA is offering a Host Week special, so please go over and check it out theirs, along with the 60 plus others. So Abby will post a link in the comments so that you can go see all the specials that all of our incredible partners are offering you for the next week or so. If you are a newer advisor, hopefully these interviews are really helping you narrow down your host agency and getting a better feel for the industry. We still have a few more tomorrow, so don't forget to tune in. And reminder, we also have our 7-day setup accelerator course for those that are feeling a little bit lost. We'll put the direct link to this in the comments, as well as a link to the segment where Mary and Steph talked about this on Monday. They did a full session. So that lives on our YouTube page. So feel free to go and check that out as well to get a little bit of insight into the 7-day accelerator. So next up, we have Expedia Cruises of OVC, based out of Florida, where it was founded in 2010. For those looking for the large buying power, but the smaller feel, OVC's affiliation with Expedia and their network size of around 100 advisors may be exactly what you're looking for. So without further ado, I pass it off to the recorded Steph and Kat.
Hi, everyone. Steph Lee, the founder of Host Agency Reviews. Thank you for joining us for one of our many Host Week interviews with host agencies. Right now, I have on the line with us Expedia Cruises, OVC, with Kat Johnson, the marketing manager. Hello, Kat.
Hi, Steph. Thanks for having me today.
Yay! Well, this is exciting. We were having problems with my internet at my new place in Arizona, not working very well. So now we don't have a delay. Yay!
Hey, everything's working.
Yes. So thank you so much for joining us. For those of you that are just tuning in and are interested in learning about Expedia OVC, they do have on their host agency profile, which we will link to in the comments, they have a one sheet that you can download that gives a quick overview of their program. So feel free to jump over to their profile and download that if you'd like. But let's get into this year's questions. So, Kat, what are you most excited about for your network in this upcoming year of 2025?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me today and for allowing Expedia Cruises OBC to be a part of this week. We're super excited to be here. I am excited this year about all the growth opportunities for home-based agents. We really see that travelers are looking for a personalized and a tailored experience for their vacation. We see a rise in luxury travel and off the beaten path travel, and feel like our resources and our partnerships really are there to assist our agents in providing for these things. So we feel like they're in a great opportunity to provide exceptional experiences and really focus in on the things that the clients are interested in doing.
That's fantastic. Well, one of the things is starting a business, especially when you're working from home, can be very isolating. So what do you do over at Expedia Cruises, OVC, that helps you build and foster the community amongst your IC network or independent contractor network?
I really agree. I feel like working from home or starting your business can truly feel isolating. And our agents are throughout the United States. They're independent contractors, so they're all working from home on their own. And we really feel like building a sense of community is super important. So we have team meetings, we have webinars, we have phone calls. Our cruise sales manager reaches out to our agents regularly to have discussions with them. We know agents talk to each other because they've met each other at different events that we've had. But we also have the benefit of being part of Expedia Cruises as a whole. And they have events like events at sea or fam trips. So our agents really get to know other people that are even outside of our franchise, but still part of Expedia Cruises, and build those relationships so they can bounce ideas off of them or talk to them. And then we're always there to support them if they have questions or just really need to talk. Some agents just want to bounce ideas. So we try to make sure that we're available so they don't feel like they're off on an island by themselves.
That's wonderful. And also key to have partners. It can get so isolating at home.
Yes.
Well, let's see. So another challenge, this is another challenge that the independent contractor face, is that as they reach a certain sales levels, a lot of advisors can start to feel burnt out, like they're just burning from the candle from both ends of the stick. So what kind of resources and support do you offer to help overcome this obstacle for your ICs?
Well, at Expedia Cruises OVC, we have agents that are on every level. We have ones that have been in the business for a long time or super successful. We have ones that are just starting out and ones kind of in the middle. And I feel like burnout can be that way for everybody. Sometimes the agents who are just starting out really don't know where to focus, and they do too much or try to do too much. And then the agents at the top have a lot of responsibilities, a lot of clients with big trips or group travel, and they can get burnt out as well. So one of the things we do is we really try to have great systems for them. So whether it's customer relationship management tools, marketing automation, social media automation, tools in place that can help our agents balance the back end business stuff with the front end helping their clients. We're also there for them. So we have absolutely had agents come to us and been like, I really need help getting through this or organizing this or billing for this. And so we are always there to support them and to help them because we really believe that balance is important. You can't be your best unless you're feeling supported and helped. So our goal is to be there for you, to provide the solutions that help you every step of the way, no matter where you're at.
That's fantastic. And I think you're right. Yeah, you can feel burnt out in different ways, depending on where you are on your entrepreneurial journey.
Well, and we like to stay in touch with our agents with a survey. Typically, we send out a quarterly survey. And one of the questions we ask is, how do you feel about our support? And our agents always come back saying that's one of the top things they love about us is that we are there for them and we're helpful and we're patient. And so we really look at helping our agents be the best that they can be.
That's fantastic. Well, along that same lines then, what is one daily practice that you'd encourage advisors to engage in to help grow their business? And this can be for newbies, veterans, anyone along the way.
Well, I truly believe in personal relationships. I feel like the personalization of a travel agent is something you can't get anywhere else. They know you so well. They know your past vacations. They know your family. They know your friends. So being in consistent contact with your clients, I would recommend setting aside 10 to 20 minutes every day. Pick a time and like stick to it. Set an alarm where you're going to reach out to your clients. It could be 5, it could be 2, but just take that time on a daily basis to reach out to clients and prospects. If you see an article about Italy and you know a client's looking to go to Italy, just send it to them and say, hey, I was thinking of you. When are you going to be ready to plan that trip? Or I'm hoping you're going to plan that trip soon. Or if you see a great picture for Barcelona and your client went to Barcelona, say, remember that great time you had in Barcelona? I was just thinking of you today. So it could be an email, it could be a text, it could be a phone call, but staying in that constant communication so that when your client is ready to book or discuss their next vacation, that you're top of mind.
It's a great idea. And it doesn't need, I think the key there is it doesn't need to be a huge amount of time.
No, I think just focus time is important. A lot of times you're doing a lot of different things for a lot of different people, but to commit to the time, focus it, and all of a sudden it's done and you move on to the next thing and you've had that relationship building time.
Exactly. Well, this is bringing us to our fun question of the year, which I know you're very excited about. Before we logged on, Kat was saying how she was like, this is a hard one. Last year was board games. This is much harder. So
yeah.
Our big question for the day is, if you were to serenade your agency network with a karaoke song, which is fun to envision, what song would it be and why?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to karaoke because that would not give anybody a good day. But the song that I picked is We Are the Champions.
Ooh, nice.
Now, so we have cruise in our name. We do all sorts of travel, but we are part of Expedia Cruises, and cruise is a big part of what our agents sell. And as you know, we had a really tough year a couple years ago, or 2 years a couple of years ago, and our agents are the champions. They rose up through teamwork and resilience and collaboration, and they overcame all of those challenges to do super well. And so I would just say we are the champions. We're doing great. Our agents are doing great, but we went through a lot to get here.
That's amazing because that song gets stuck in your head so much.
It does. Absolutely. So thank you to everybody. Now I'm going to have that in your head. Or you're welcome.
Yes, exactly. We'll pop a link to the YouTube video if we can find it. So in the meantime, though, while we're searching for that, I know that you are offering a Host Week special, which is great. If this is your first time tuning in, there are dozens of Host Week specials for you to take advantage of. So Kat, tell us about your special.
Well, our special is going to be available for January and February. For anybody looking to join the agency, they'll get half off registration fee. Just mention Host Week offer, Host Week something, just so we know where you came from, but half off registration fee is available.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for offering the special and for taking the time to share more with us about Expedia Cruises OVC. And with that, we are going to turn it over back to my live self with Shayna.
Thank you.
Hello. I love that you refer to your advisors as champions. And quite frankly, Kat, we really agree with you. I have to say, I've seen some comments from Diana and Barbara saying that all of these have made choosing a host so difficult. And I think that that's a wonderful thing because there's so many amazing choices. It's all about what is best for you. So have fun, continue to learn about them because we still got a few more to go today and tomorrow. If you did, though, however, miss our coffee spots, which is what we start out our day with, so it's the first session of every day, please go and check them out. They're full of incredible information and a really great way for you to meet other businesses in the travel industry. We've already heard this week from Travify, We Travel, Uniglobe Travel Center, and Cruisin' this morning. Tomorrow, we will hear from Incentive Connection Travel at 11 a.m. Central Time. And a reminder to register separately to be entered to win one of 15 Starbucks gift cards that will be available to CoffeeSpot attendees only. Okay, So everyone, if you are ready for our final host of the day, do not forget that we have our EDUSPOTS right after, before we close out the day. So you definitely don't want to miss them and you want to stick around after the hosts. So to round out the host segment, please welcome Alternative Travel Services, who are both a travel agency and a host, so a hybrid, if you will. They were founded in 2016 and are a member of the Travel Leaders Network Consortium. So without further ado, I send it back to Recorded Steph and Chris.
Hello, everyone. Steph Lee, founder of Host Agency Reviews. And with me, we have Chris Russo, the president of Alternative Travel Services. Hello, Chris. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
We're excited to have you here, and we have lots of great questions for you. So let's jump into them.
Awesome.
As we're starting the new year, happy 2025, everyone. What are you most excited about for your network in this upcoming year?
I think for us, what we're really, really excited about is just the continued growth of our advisors and, helping them grow their business to the point of where, some are retiring from their full-time job and, some are cutting back on some of their hours and their other jobs so that they can do this full time. And that's always really our goal, is just to help the advisors grow their business. And when we've seen such strength in the travel industry, obviously since COVID, and the numbers continue to go up. So we're really excited about helping them achieve their goals and taking advantage of the fact that travel is very, very strong.
It is. It is. So one of the challenges starting a business and working from home can be incredibly isolating. So how do you build and foster that community amongst your IC network?
Great question. So we have a private Facebook group that we have for just our advisors, and it's a great place where they can go on, log on. We put updates on what's happening in the industry, something like the new ETA, for the UK. We post that there, and they can also share ideas. One thing we like to really do is have them work with each other, because it's great to have me there and my partner to be able to give advice, but peer-to-peer always seems to be such a great way for people to learn. And so we really use that as our main source for us to get together. But we also do a bi-weekly phone call where we all get on the call and they can ask questions of us, they can ask questions of each other, and it really helps us form a really good team and a great working environment for everybody to work together.
Okay, next question. So a lot of travel advisors start to feel burnt out once they reach a certain level of sales. And what kind of resources does Alternative Travel Services have? And what kind of support do you offer to help people overcome this obstacle?
That's a great question, because we have faced that, with some of our advisors. And I think really the thing is we communicate with our advisors one-on-one. So we help them through their business plans. And that way, as they are starting to grow and start to hit those thresholds, then we can give them some suggestions on whether to hire somebody, part-time. There's plenty of people out there now that want to work from home, that we're willing to put in 10 hours a week or 15 hours a week. And it could be something as simple as, entering stuff into a CRM, or if you do groups, then you can have them help you with the group contracts and also putting stuff into the CRM or putting it into your social media. Whatever really you need help with, we try to encourage them to look at the things they're struggling with the most. Right. So some people, and I know this was me, I've been a travel agent for a very long time, let's just say, and in a galaxy far, far away. And I know I was a great salesman, but I was terrible with the paperwork. And, some people are stronger with that. So we try to find what they're struggling with the most and then give them suggestions on how to overcome that. A perfect example is if you are the one that's in charge of your own social media. If you're with our company, then with the agreements that we have with Travel Leaders Network, they have Social Media Pro, where they'll basically do your posting for you, so you can let go of that. You don't have to worry about posting something every single day or every 2 days, whatever your desire is in your social media performance. And so that's something that you can offload. So we try to look at what is bugging them the most and how do we help them offload some of that so they are able to step back. Because quite honestly, none of us want to be selling travel 24/7. That's how you get burnt out the fastest, is that, you're trying to do customer service, you're trying to do new sales, you're trying to do intake, you're trying to keep your website up to date, blah, 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 blah. We can go down the list, and that can look overwhelming at times. And that's where we try to give one-on-one consultation on using our experience. Again, I'm a former ASTA president. It's not like I don't know who's out there and who can help people. And so I want to make sure that I pass that experience on to our advisors so they can find the help when they need it.
That's fantastic. And for those that don't know what ASTA is, they have been helping us out with all of the interviews, or almost all of the interviews this week. And they are a national trade organization. They're a wonderful organization to follow and belong to as you get started in the industry, or if you are already in the industry. They do a ton to help us out. Well, one of the things, you've been in the industry a long time. So what is one daily practice that you'd encourage advisors to engage in that's going to help them grow their business?
Wow. Yeah, I have been in a long time. I think when Christopher Columbus was sailing is when I got in the industry now. But I think a really good practice is the fact that it depends. Of course, there's various CRM programs out there. There's various articles for people to look at. But in our case, what we really encourage our advisors to do is look at our group page in the morning to say, okay, what's happening? Is there anything new that I need to know about? Are there any questions that I have that I need to have answered? And when you get up in the morning, that's the best time to do it, because then if we encourage everybody to check that first thing, then we can get a lot better integration with each other. And so for us, that's one of the things that we really encourage them to do, is look and see what's going on and hearing what we have to say, because there could be something that happened overnight that they don't know about. And we all get, I get them too. We all get 25 emails from every publisher out there on what's going on, right? So, for us, we try to whittle that down so you don't have to read every 25 of those to find out what's going on.
Yeah, for those of you that are new, if you haven't experienced it yet, once your email gets into the database of all of the suppliers, you will not have an empty inbox anymore.
No. Get used to hitting read, delete, read.
Mine is more delete, but
yeah.
Let's see. Every year we do a fun question during host week, which is a great way for people to just learn a little bit more about the culture and have some fun. So our question this year is, if you were to serenade your agency network with a karaoke song, what song would it be and why?
Well, I haven't had a lot of time to think about this, but the first one that pops in my mind, because of the culture that we really try to cultivate with our host agency, is Help. And my first one is the Beatles. Help. Oh. I need somebody, help. I need anybody, help. So yes. For us, that would be ours, because we are here to help. And, we aren't the biggest host agency in the world, but we're there to help. We're hands-on. We want to help you with growing your business. We want to help you start a business. We want to help you have better contacts with the suppliers. And so for me, that would definitely be the one that I would come up with to serenade them. Now, first of all, if I did serenade them, they would probably all leave because my voice is horrible. I sound way better in the car with the radio on and no one around me. That's for sure.
Well, I have to say that is a great answer for it being off the cuff, Chris.
That was off the cuff.
Well, I know that you have submitted a Host Week special as well. And so we would love to hear about that. And I think on your profile too, you have a one sheet that people can download to learn more about you.
Absolutely. So with our program, we have offered a 50% off the sign-up fee, the initial sign-up fee with us, which is typically $500. It's a one-time sign-up fee, and we're offering that for 50% off up through February 28th. So we're excited about that to help some other advisors that maybe don't have the money right now or whatever, that we're going to have this opportunity for them to be able to join us and not have to break the bank to do it.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much for offering that special. That's fantastic. For those that don't know and are just tuning in now, we'll link to our Host Week specials page where you can find dozens and dozens of specials and more details on how to go ahead and get Chris's special. We'll also link to your profile in the comments for those that want to take a look at and learn more about alternative travel services and download your one sheet. So thank you so much for joining us today, Chris.
My pleasure. Thank you for having us on, and we look forward to working with any advisors that are ready to get some help on their way.
I love it. Thanks, everybody. And I'm going to turn it back over to my live self. So back to you, Steph.
Hello. Well, thank you so much, Chris, for finishing off our day of host interviews. And I have to say, we got a comment from Chanel saying this one wasn't even on her radar, but now she's interested and she's absolutely loving the week. And that's exactly what we want to see. So thank you so much, along with the dog popping up in the background. So before we EDUSPOT, shall we pet spot? I think it's time for another pet photo break. So Juan, Luis, yeah, there we go. Oh my God. I'm so happy right now. Oh, too sweet. Oh my God. You're so cute. I like we've got some more cats now. I love it. Oh, I love it. I think my entire camera roll, my sister has a mini dachshund, so a mini wiener dog, and my camera roll is full of my sister's dog photos. So it's great. I love it. All right. So shall we jump in today with our first EDUSPOT with Stephanie, who I'm sure many of you recognize her from last year. Where she's going to go really deep dive into costs, understanding them, and really ensuring that you're maximizing your profits. So definitely an EDUSPOT that you want to be here for. Just in case you did forget, Stephanie Cannon is the founder of SC Travel Design and a 17-year veteran of the travel industry who really jumped in feet first after leaving her corporate career many years ago. In addition to assisting her travel clients, Stephanie is a licensed CPA, former small business accountant, and former corporate budget analysis. So just all around incredible. I also would love to thank the amazing Insider Travel Report for sponsoring this next session. And they also happen to be our daily sponsor as well. So Stephanie, before we let you take it away, we are going to tune into another piece of music. So Music Maestro Juan and Luis, please take it away. Hello, Stephanie.
Hello.
Hello. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for joining us again. I am really excited. The pups are in the background. They're really excited. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it off to you. I'll come back at the end. We'll look for, please, everyone, post questions for Stephanie. I know we're going to have quite a few, and I'll come back at the end with questions.
Perfect. Well, thank you,
Great.
Shayna.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. And my slides are showing right where they will be, I'm sure. So this session that I wanted to bring you today is titled The Cost of Not Knowing. It's stealing your profit and, let's face it, your pay, right? So there really is a cost to not knowing when it comes to the finances and the numbers of your business. So I have a lot to share in a short time to do it. And I was telling Rita backstage, I'm like, welcome to Stephanie 1.5. I'm going to try to speak slowly. I talk fast in general, but I also want to be able to get through this entire session with you. So maybe you feel like you've worked tirelessly all year. You feel like, and then you get to the end and there's not much left to pay yourself. And essentially your expenses seem to be keeping up with your commissions, or maybe they're actually outpacing your commissions, right? And I get it. I've been there too. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Stephanie. Shayna didn't introduce an introduction, so I'm just going to leave this here. But essentially, I have delved into helping travel pros go from feeling stuck to empowered with their numbers. And the reason it's really important because I've seen firsthand what happens when you don't know and how life-changing it can be when you do. And that's really what we're talking about here today. How not knowing is silently, so it's something you're really not aware of, stealing your profit, and how you can take actions to take that back. So speaking of action, I'm going to task you or challenge you to come up with one takeaway from this session that you're going to implement at the end. Just one. And then when we get to the end of the slides, I'll ask you if you're willing to share in the chat for maybe a little bit of accountability. And I'm not sure if I will have time for Q&A at the end. So if you have questions, go ahead and put them in the chat. And if we don't have time to get to them, I'll hop over there so that we can. So let's make sure. Okay, little disclaimer. Always like to throw this up there. And I normally say that this information is really for information educational purposes, but I just challenge you to take action. So I'm challenging you with this. Assume that I'm saying implement, right? We're going to pick one thing and we're going to actually implement it in our business. Profit, meaning money, leaks don't announce themselves, but they just quietly rob you. So let that sink in, right? Quietly. You're not even aware that it's happening. And this is pretty rampant in our industry. It runs the gamut, but imagine you had a leaky pipe and you didn't know it was leaking. It's behind your cabinets or it's behind the wall. It's really difficult to notice unless you see evidence of water somewhere, right? It's not like it's completely broken and rushing out onto the floor. And maybe you discover it because you're in there looking for something else. And you're like, oh, how did this happen? And when did it start? And where did it come from? So really, it creates damage and possibly a mess. Your numbers are the same, right? You don't realize it's happening until you pay attention or you're looking. So your numbers are talking. Are you listening and watching and paying attention? And this may be one of your takeaways, like just tune in a little bit more or to pay attention a little bit more. So the hidden cost of this, it's not just about the money though. So being unaware or not paying attention or whatever term you want to use doesn't just drain your profit. It's draining your energy and your time and even your dreams. It's about your peace of mind, your time freedom, and your life goals. And it's kind of sucking them back away from you. And we think about running a business, what is required for us to be able to stay in business and operate? It's money. What do you need to have available to pay yourself? Like a real paycheck for the value of the time you're working in your business. It's money. And really quickly, what are the ways that we get money into our business? One is earnings, right? So you're getting paid for the service you're providing, whether that's commissions, fees, maybe some little ancillary service you offer. Loans, you can get a loan from a bank, from the SBA, even kind of secretly borrowing on credit cards. And the other way is you're putting your personal money in to operate your business. So we really want to lean on the earnings side when we think about paying attention to our numbers. So what are some of the top reasons that travel pros kind of ignore? I know ignore is a very strong word, but ignore, don't pay attention to, maybe play ostrich with their numbers. And the top three are kind of very common. Time, I don't have enough time, or maybe you think it's going to take you too much time, so you keep pushing it to the side until the time frees up, and that doesn't happen. Maybe there's a little bit of fear of the unknown, or maybe even the known. When you see your numbers, right? What is that going to have you thinking about yourself as the ability to run and manage a business? And then, of course, it can feel overwhelming, confusing, complex, uncomfortable, all of those things. And really, the root cause of that is a lack, like there's things lacking or missing. And maybe it's you're missing some kind of a structure, or you're missing the right tools, or maybe you just need a little more confidence and somebody saying, yeah, you are doing the right things, direction, a plan, and maybe it's just basic money management skills. But many times people will say, I don't know what to do or how to do it, or why should I even do it? So I'm going to also challenge you, let 2025 be the year that you change that. And don't let these questions or quasi excuses stand in your way. And that's where mindset comes into this whole equation. And a lot of people don't think about the mindset. They're just like, I need to track this. I need to get it done. It's tax time. But wait a minute, there's more to it than just putting money together so you can give it to your accountant and pay Uncle Sam. So for many travel pros, talking about money is uncomfortable. It's like, let's be honest. No one probably taught you how to manage money. I didn't learn it in school. And this includes personal or business. So how would you know what to do or where to start? We have to learn. And these are the missing, we'll call them financial skills, financial literacy. It's not just a knowledge gap. It's really killing your confidence, right? And you're like, well, I don't know what I'm doing. And you keep second guessing yourself. And the one thing, the biggest belief that I really want to get rid of in this entire industry is that you wait. You wait until tax time. You wait until that one time of year to actually start looking at things, or you wait until you have time to fit it into your schedule. Good news is you don't have to be the financial expert, right? You don't have to wait for your accountant or your bookkeeper. You just need the willingness to learn, a mindset to take control and take your power back, and a system that makes it work for you. And maybe a little courage to step into the unknown or the uncomfortable. So we start with the mindset. That's the first hurdle we need to get over, right? The why it matters. Then we master the mechanics, the how do I get it done? What does it look like? And we let our mindset be our foundation. It's our why that keeps pulling us back to, okay, this is important because now I know why and how it's going to help me. And when we think of the mechanics, they're the what, the how, the nitty gritty, but the mindset really is the why. And maybe you've lost sight of or possibly never understood this bigger picture and why you're doing it in the first place. Like that, you have to anchor into that before you're willing to adopt the habits and the consistency for the mechanics. So let's go through a couple of examples. I wanted to share, like, what does somebody who's mastered this money mindset, like, what are they doing or what are they thinking? And then maybe somebody who still is in the reactive. And as we're going through this, you can kind of like see if you fall into one of these camps. These aren't all the reasons. I only put 5 in here, and I'm only going to talk about 2, but you can read the others when I get to the next slide. So somebody who's mastered this mindset, they think longer term, not just today, right? They're not just relying on the app to see what the balance is in their bank. But the reactive person thinks of today and avoids planning for the future. They're like, I don't want to think about it. I just need to get through today. So a thought for somebody who's mastered might be, and you can adopt these thoughts as your own, or come up with yours. Every dollar I manage today helps build the future I want. Or I'm not just running a business, I'm building a legacy. And this may be true for some of you who have kids and you've envisioned them coming in and taking over your business and keeping it in the family. And maybe on the reactive side, so maybe you're thinking these, right? As long as I'm covering my bills, I'm fine. I'll worry about profit later. It's not urgent right now. Like, ugh, makes me cringe because it is. And it happens every single day in our business. We just aren't aware of it. So let's hop down to the financial literacy one, and you can read through these others. So seeing financial education as empowering, learning something new about managing your finances. It doesn't mean there's something wrong with you. It just means there's more for you to still learn. And I've been in the financial world for so many years. I still learn new things every day, new ways of looking at it, new ways of, making it more efficient. So see it as empowering versus avoiding it and giving your control to others, meaning a tax preparer once a year or an accountant. So somebody who's mastered thinks the more I understand my numbers, the better decisions I can make. And they think of it as not scary, but empowering, right? We don't want this to be scary. Where the reactive person might think numbers are too confusing, so I'll just let my accountant handle it. That happens very often. Or as long as I have money in the bank, I don't need to know anymore. So what leaks are hiding in your business? And we'll look at some that might be costing you money or time or even both, lowering or stealing your profit and reducing your pay. And I had to get the little dog in there, thanks to AI with the magnifying glass. So let's talk about a couple of real examples. I have 3 of them here. I'm going to go through them very quickly in lieu of time, but let's look at on the revenue side. So this is fees, commissions, the money coming in that you're being paid from suppliers or your host, whoever you're working with. And this is a real example from a travel advisor, keeping her anonymous, but she's still in the early stages of her business, but she literally watched her bank account grow throughout the year, right? But really didn't dive into the specifics. So her one thing for 2024 was just keeping up with tracking her income and expenses. That was her one thing. She wanted to master that before she moved to the next step. But here she is doing a year-end review, and it took her looking at it in black and white to realize that her fees increased 5 times, 507%. Now remember, she's still in the early stages, right? But that added slightly under $1,500 a month for her just in fees. And her commissions doubled. And she knew she had a goal, and she was after that goal, but this is just proof that paying attention to the numbers and really knowing that it's possible can get you there. So are you earning enough for your expertise, whether it be commission only or a combination of commission and fees? Do you know that you're earning enough for your expertise? Okay, now let's go to the expenses. And this to me is the easiest one to spot when you actually pay attention. But first, do you know where your money went last month or even last year? Like, what was your highest expense that you had in your business? And have you done an evaluation? Are you receiving the value in exchange for what you're paying that makes sense to keep doing it, right? Lots of things creep in. We all know. Free trials, Black Friday, other promos. So I had an advisor who did a detailed audit of their expenses only, went through it with a fine-tooth comb, found over $500 in recurring monthly charges that they didn't realize were still like sitting there, or they're like, oh yeah, I'm not using that anymore. So that alone, it's not just a mechanics problem, but it's also a mindset problem. And we want the mechanics to have a system to show us where we're spending our money, but the mindset to know that we need to pay attention and ask tougher questions. And things like, are these expenses growing my business or just costing me money? And I can either reduce them or eliminate them. So take that $500 across an entire year, that's $6,000. So lastly, time. This is the sneakiest of all, right? Because it's really hard to figure out how we spend our time is leaking money out of our business, but it may be one of the largest one. So do you know what an hour of your time is worth? If you had to put a dollar value on it, like what would that be? So for this example, I'm going to use a nice round $100. So think back to a client that needed some extra, I'll call it love. Who am I kidding? Maybe they were overly needy, but how many hours have you spent hand-holding them only to make pennies on the dollar? So for this example, maybe you end up spending 6 hours in total, right? They booked a cruise, earned you a commission of $300, but you spent that 6, which technically, if you valued your time, it cost you $600, but you made $300. So that's essentially a loss of $300. If this happens over and over again, imagine what that's doing to your business over time. So just knowing this information will help you seek out something different or possibly add fees or go for the higher value bookings. So we can always make more money, but we can't make more time. So value yours. So just in summary, for the impact, saving thousands is a possibility of giving yourself a bonus. And, you know, look, if you had an extra $1,000 a month in fees, that's $12,000 a year. What would you do with that? And if we break it down, that might be 10 clients at $100 each in 1 month. That's not unreachable. or maybe it's 5 at $200. And you can do the same thing with your expenses. The point is that small amounts add up. So how do we start working into this? So we have to have a system in place. And when I say system, it's not a specific software, right? There's different softwares out there. It is your process for managing your money. It doesn't have to be complicated. It just needs to be consistent in your action. And it's the habits around this system that you embody and stick to routinely that create your reality. So think about that. The habits we do every day create our outcome or our results, right? But having habits and having a system that's documented and something we can follow every single time we do it saves us time. It helps us stay on track and it creates accountability with ourselves. And you are worth being accountable to. And I know that's difficult, especially if you're a company of one working from home. It's easy to let yourself off the hook, but it's simpler than you think. And just by doing some of these things, dedicating, 30 minutes a week, block the time on your calendar that's solely for financial tasks in your business. Even if you don't know what you're supposed to be doing, there's something that you can take one step with or ask somebody to help you get started. There's all different ways. There's so many people in our industry that are doing this, have done this, and are willing to help you out. Maybe come up with some automations, like what are you doing manually that can save you time if you figure out some way to automate it or semi-automate it? What if you had a list of tasks, financial tasks for daily, weekly, monthly, and you're like, oh, this is my standard operating procedure. And I'm going to give you something you can grab at the end to help you get started with that. And then what if you just learn one new thing, one new thing a month? Take 15, 20, 30 minutes and read something to help you gain more confidence and more knowledge in the financial area. So these are just some examples of reports that are possible. Every system looks a little bit different, but when you can start seeing summarized numbers, you can start seeing growth or trends or the ability to dive in to like, well, what made up those numbers and what is showing kind of like out of line that I might want to dig in further because that could be a hint on where some of your leaks are happening. So what happens when you know? A lot of stuff happens, right? When you take the time to understand your numbers, even at a basic level, that discomfort starts to fade away. You go from feeling powerless to feeling unstoppable. And in essence, it becomes less scary, right? That could be your first step. Like year one, I just want it to be less scary. So when you imagine waking up and knowing that you have profit every month and knowing what it is that you can and are confidently paying yourself, also knowing that you have your expenses in check and those leaks are plugged, how does that make you feel? And it only takes small, consistent shifts and changes to make that happen. And you don't need to be a CPA. You don't need to wait for your tax person or be a math whiz. You just need a system that works for you. So what can you start today to get comfortable with that? What's next for you? What's the one first step? Master that and then keep going. So what I would like to see is 1 year from now, you look back and you're able to tell yourself that today, maybe you feel like your numbers are controlling you, but a year from now you're in control and you'll actually see it for yourself. So this is kind of a thing that I put out there. Profit isn't a once a year event. It doesn't happen at tax time, right? It happens every single day in your business. Everything you do or you don't do either adds to or takes away from the profit in your business. So it's up to you to make that happen. So we have your numbers, your profit, or pay. They're almost synonymous. Your choice. You can keep letting it slip away or leak out, or you can choose to start doing one thing now and begin taking that control back, because the cost of not knowing can be high. But to me, the reward and just the expression I see on travel advisors' faces is priceless. And I love seeing that for them. So start small. Just do one thing this week, one thing next week, one thing the next week. And one step, each step is going to be toward reclaiming your profit and your power. So here is the checklist that I talked about. The QR code, you can scan that. And if this kind of goes away before you get a chance to do it, you can always go to my website. There's a link directly on my website for that. And this is how you can contact me. You have my email address. And just to mention, if you're looking for some free education, at least 2 times a month, I go live in my Facebook group. And we have one topic we talk about for probably about 20 to 30 minutes. And we cover it a little bit deeper than a more general session. So do we have time for questions?
We do. And we've got loads of them.
Oh, Lordy.
Yeah, no, great questions though. And also a lot of love. I feel like I first have to share some of the comments. Great presentation, considering we're in January and can start new and more efficient system that will help us. How did you know I needed this pep talk today? And then there were so many more comments, but I liked those two a lot. So did Abby, who shared them with me. So yeah. So I'm going to jump into some questions. We do have about 5-6 minutes if you're up for it.
Yep.
Okay. So first one, what, if any, software would you suggest to help keep track of revenue and expenses?
Yeah, so this is a mixed answer because there's not one best software. Every person's needs and even where they are in their business owner journey is different. So if you're just starting out, I mean, you can really keep it simple with a spreadsheet. Something like a Google Sheet or Excel, with the proper formulas, of course, and there's pros and cons to each one of these. So it's easy for current year, but I showed you some reports where we could do some comparability from year over year. That's really difficult to get with a spreadsheet because it gets so complicated, right? So if you're looking for that, then you really need to move into a bookkeeping software. And so my software of choice is QuickBooks Online, but there are others. There's Xero is another good contender. And I know there's people who use Wave. I'm not a huge fan. It's difficult to use from the back end and being able to create those efficiencies. So I'm big about I don't want to spend time taking every single transaction and having to categorize it, right? I want something that's going to help do that faster. And Wave doesn't. But I know it's it could be free. I don't know. So the top 2 for me would be a QuickBooks Online or a Xero.
Oh, that's great. And then you got into spreadsheets, which was another question that we had was, is there some sort of template for finances available if we choose to use spreadsheets?
There's a ton of them out there that I've seen. I have some that are very generic that it's I don't know. I mean, to me, you need to know how to use the spreadsheet and what it's intended for so that it works for you. And I feel like some of the general templates don't. But if you need help finding one, reach out and I can point you in the right direction.
Yeah, I think sometimes with general templates, it's a great jumping off point or a great starting point, but don't assume that the template is set up for your business specifically, but it can be a lot easier than starting from scratch for sure. So
correct. Yes.
Yeah. And you said you do your Facebook, you go live in Facebook twice a month. So for anyone listening now, that's a great place to go ask questions and learn more from Stephanie about what she's about anything like that and more. All right, I've got a few more questions and we've got a few more minutes. Can you give some examples of what you can automate?
Yes. This is what I love. So, so we'll start with the spreadsheet one, right? So if you have a template in place and you're oh, I don't want to manually enter all of these transactions. So just as simple as downloading a CSV file of your transactions from your checking account or your credit card and copying and pasting into the template, making sure, of course, you're in the right columns and fields. that shortcuts your time. Now you're still going to have to categorize them, but at least the data is there. And then on the software side, so if you were going to a bookkeeping software, so I'm super familiar with QuickBooks Online, and they have this thing called rules. And rules are like programming, mini programming. If you see this come in from the bank, you're going to do this and this to it every single time. So it's almost like a hands off, right? You just have to review it and say, yep, that's correct, and review it and yep, that's correct. And it saves a ton of time. So that's what I mean by automate.
Yeah, and I think it's a great reminder too, whatever systems you choose to use in your business is to learn about those systems and what's available within them. Also to compare and contrast, right? Make sure there's multiple systems that effectively do the same but different. So it's always good to see what else is out there and see exactly what you need. So that's great. I do have one more question, and perfect, we've got one more minute. So have you found, and I think you kind of answered this, which is great, that your expenses and earnings can be easily transferred into your accounting software? I haven't booked anything yet, so I'm not sure how easy it is to categorize.
Yeah, so there's kind of like a couple questions in here. So to transfer it in, we covered the spreadsheet. What I didn't mention with the software, like a QuickBooks or a Xero, you would connect directly to your bank account and it would import the transactions for you. So they're already sitting there. So then you just have to just like doing the drop down, right? And if you have the rules, like I talked about, set up, it can automatically do that for you too. So that's what I love. I know people don't want the extra monthly fee, right? For QuickBooks Online. They're like, oh, I have to learn a new software, but how much time can it save you in the long run? And if you're in business, this is one thing, because I mentioned with spreadsheets, the comparability from year to year to year. If you get in one system and you follow that for years, look at how much you have to compare from day one. Even if you don't need something that robust to get started, it will grow with your business and it can evolve with your business. And being able to look, and I know I had one slide on there that showed like monthly revenue and expenses, but you can get that same report with all of the years, like every single year you've ever used that software, and look how much you can gain or see your progress. Like, to me, that's the eye opener, is being able to see that over time.
Yeah, it was something you wrote in one of your slides, which know your data. And knowing that, I couldn't emphasize that enough. It was one of my favorite points that you put in there, because I think sometimes we forget about that. So when you have that comparison, knowing your data, where the trends are, helps you in your business for sure. Well, that is all the time we have. And thank you everyone for your questions. Thank you, Stephanie. This was fantastic.
Thank you for having me again.
I hope we have you again and again. So, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
And and we're going to move over to our next EDUSPOT.
All right. Bye, everyone. Thanks for joining.
Bye. All right. So if you are just joining us and you do happen to be watching on LinkedIn or Facebook, come on over to the party here on YouTube and join us. Get involved in the comments, ask questions to all of our fantastic speakers. Thank you, everyone, for all the wonderful questions that we got to just ask Stephanie right there. If you're finding that the comments are not matching what you're watching, scroll the button all the way to the right so that you are live with us. If you're on your mobile, click on the comments so that you can see the full list of comments and get involved with us. So next up, we've already had some people in the comments asking. So we have Cindy Williams from Wonderlust Campus. They are one of our weekly sponsors, so thank you so much for your support. And Cindy is going to dive into BDM. So BDM is a business development manager, and building stronger relationships with them and why this is important. Many of you throughout the week have actually been asking about BDMs in the comments, so this is perfect timing for this session. Please, again, feel free to ask questions throughout. We have Ryan from the Wonderlust team that will be in the comments to help answer. And a huge shout out and thank you to Inspired Wedding Agents for sponsoring this next EDUSPOT. So the stage is all yours, recorded Cindy.
Hey everybody, welcome to Wanderlust Campus. I want to say a great big thank you to Host Agency Reviews for inviting us in to talk about those BDM relationships, how to build them, how to nurture them, how you can really leverage that in your new travel business. And hey, I want to say congratulations to you too for getting started on your journey. But let's jump right into the material. I want to give you guys a good kind of perspective on how to work with BDMs in the travel industry in every way, shape, or form, both at this beginning stage and then also as you continue to grow your business. So let me go ahead and share my screen. All right, BDM connections, building strong relationships to elevate your client experiences, which of course are going to help your business grow as well. So I want to start by talking about why BDM relationships and having a strong relationship with the different BDMs across the industry are so important. And by the way, if you're really, really new, BDM stands for Business Development Manager. These are those folks that are out there working for the travel suppliers and really want to work with the travel agent, travel advisor community to get their product and their offerings and their services out there into your sphere of knowledge. So a couple of reasons why building these relationships are so important. The first reason is you can sometimes get some marketing help. BDMs will really offer materials. Sometimes they have swag that they have available and also ideas to really help your vendor events and your promotions stand out. If you're thinking about doing a trade show or a local show, if there are certain suppliers and vendors that you are using and plan to use on a regular basis as part of your core niches, really try to work with them on that marketing level. Sometimes they have resources, whether it be brochures, sometimes you can get pop-up displays, different things that are out there and available to you. You never know unless you ask. So that's one little way. Another one is getting tailored support. They really help you guide in the marketing strategies and help navigate group or specialized travel. So dependent on the type of supplier that you're working with, let's just say it's insurance, for example. You may have 1 to 3 different insurance providers that you work with for different reasons, but maybe you want to know specifically why are they good to engage in one scenario over another scenario when you are working with a group or a really specialized kind of niche. So they're able to give you that tailored support, really understand on a more holistic level what they offer, what they can do, what they can't do is sometimes just as important. So that tailored support, and as you kind of grow and understand what your needs are going to be with your individual travel business, having that tailored support can really come in handy. Exclusive trainings is another one. Getting access to VIP events. Sometimes they'll run a local event where they're working with advisors in your area. They'll bring you to kind of a dinner or a meet and greet. Sometimes that happens locally. Also, they'll have webinars and free events that you can attend from the comfort of your home so you can learn a little bit more about their products. Some suppliers even offer fam trips, and that's always a fan favorite, right? If you can get out there and see the product firsthand. Local insights, getting really targeted advice based on your local market and or their particular product or destination. Really understanding what it's like to have boots on the ground for the things that they're offering. These are all a variety of reasons on why it's really important to just start develop those strong BDM relationships as you grow your business. Now, let me give you some tangible steps that you can do to really build those bonds and get them kind of started with your new travel business. The first one is leverage your resources. Make sure that you are checking your host preferred supplier list. Sometimes certain suppliers will have higher commission levels than others, and that leads to them getting on what's called a preferred supplier list, that they're really working with those brands in a bigger way. Sometimes you want to start in that space. You can also ask the community for connections. We also have a global calendar at Wanderlust Campus. All of those are different ways that you can really find those supplier kind of events that are out there and figure out your kind of first list of suppliers that you're going to work with. So leverage the resources you have available to you in your industry. The second thing is do your homework. Make sure you research your BDM's roles, products, and goals. Not every supplier has a full team of BDMs. Your bigger suppliers suppliers will absolutely have those. In fact, they'll even have a team of BDMs, and a lot of times they'll be assigned to different parts of the country or the world in terms of where they support. But a smaller BDM or a more niche kind of supplier will have maybe one person that does everything as they're growing their company as well. Really just want to figure out where they are on the map as far as that's concerned. It'll be a little different from supplier to supplier, so just know it's not a consistent kind of process across the industry. It's very much this one does it this way, this one does it that way, and you'll learn those things as you go. The next thing that I really recommend you do is get face-to-face. You're starting your journey, meet the suppliers at events, attend their webinars, get out to the trade shows if you can, and a lot of times the bigger suppliers will have local meetings. They'll once a year kind of come to your local area. Maybe if you live by a big town, generally that's where sometimes they'll host those. So you a lot of times can get on their list to attend those events, and that is a really great thing to do to really start building that relationship. All right, and the next one is really be intentional. And here's where I want to take some pressure off your shoulders. As a new advisor in the industry, immediately you're going to get access to hundreds, if not thousands, of different suppliers. It would take you years to build a relationship with that many people, and it's literally impossible, and you don't need to build a relationship with that many people. So where you want to start is really thinking about what are your core niches? What are those top suppliers that is your wish list that you want to build relationships with? Start with a list of like 5 to 10 that are kind of on your wish list to start forging a relationship with. So be very intentional in that. That way it's not overwhelming. It helps you start in a place that is kind of bite-sized, and it will start you on your journey in a bigger way. And 10 really good relationships is way better than just having surface level relationships with hundreds of people. So think about that as you're starting on your journey. The next thing you want to think about is building trust and value. So relationship building strategies for your BDM. Remember, BDMs could be supporting thousands of travel advisors. So making sure that you stand out in a crowd, or they remember your face, remember your name, it's going to take a little work on your part. So check in regularly, keep communication open with updates, with questions, make sure they're seeing you and they're hearing you in a way that you're kind of connecting on a regular basis. And then create some value, share client needs and feedback to build mutual success so they can improve. So if you have a client travel to that particular destination, send them a quick little email. Hey, my clients just got back. They had a great time, or whatever feedback tidbits to kind of build that feedback loop that you can now have a conversation over, and you're building with the same goal in mind, which is making the end consumer, your clients and their clients, happy campers. So start to build value in that way, and they will see you as a true professional as well. And then be dependable. I can't tell you guys how many times I am in these meetings with all the movers and shakers in the industry, and one of the really big stress points for BDMs and for suppliers that put so much time and energy and money into educating and providing resources for the travel industry at large is they'll have 100, 200 people sign up for a webinar and 46 show up. So it's really important to understand you want to be a professional. If you sign up for that webinar, you commit to it, show up in that space, show your BDM some love. That really starts to help you build that trust with them as you are building these relationships as well. And then show some gratitude. We know BDMs are always showing us love, and that's great because they're wanting to get that relationship and get their brand in front of our eyes. But think about sending a thank you note to them, or share with them some social media call outs, shout outs to really acknowledge the support that they've been giving to you. These are all things that are going to build trust and value as you work on those relationships. All right, common techniques to foster relationships effectively. One of the things that we love to do and train our students to do at Wanderlust Campus is You need to foster really an ongoing relationship, not just you've met them one time and now you feel like the relationship is solid, you have a new good buddy. That may be the case, but in most cases, you want to create a check-in calendar. Schedule regular check-ins or share important dates for both sides. Hey, so-and-so, I'm doing a trade show and here's my marketing plan for this year. Here's how we're going to be featuring your brand with our clients in the coming year. Think about sending them some little video updates or short video messages. Again, you're going to start building that know, like, trust factor, and building that trust across the board. That really helps the communication be a little bit more personal and engaging, and it's going to really help you stand out in the thousands and thousands that they may be communicating with via email or through social media. And then think about collaborating on marketing plans. Share a draft. Hey, here's what we have going on for this year. This is my marketing plan. Here's where your brand fits into it. I'd love your feedback. Let's collaborate. Do you have any ideas on how we can work together? So when they know that you're working just as hard as they're working to get the clients into destination, that is a big win to kind of further this relationship along. All right, another thing you can do to enhance client experiences. We've talked a lot about how you can build these relationships, but once they're built, this is one of my favorite ways to leverage a BDM relationship, and that is when I have clients, hundreds of clients traveling to a particular supplier, particular destination a year, there's different ways that I can engage my BDMs. So think about it like this. If you're going to have a client traveling and they're working with you as their selected advisor, that is a big trust from the client's perspective. This is where you have the ability to shine when you leverage some of these different relationships. So the first thing is use your BDM tips to find the perfect trips for your clients. Maybe they have new product, they have some new things that are out there. So that's one way that you can take a piece of information that you learn and then share it back and ultimately end up having your client have a better experience, and you could potentially have some more bookings as well. Think about VIP perks. You want to, whenever we can, offer upgrades or deals clients can't find on your own or on their own. You want to think about those ungoogleable things they may not even know about, or little surprises. I always like to underpromise and overdeliver as one of our techniques that we train and teach. But knowing what some of these VIP perks are, that can help a ton as well. And then quick fixes. We all know, especially my experienced travel advisors following along, problems are going to happen in your new role as a travel advisor. Clients show up and the room that they were promised oceanfront, but it's actually only ocean view. How do you handle that situation? So you can think about leveraging that relationship with your BDM to say, oh my gosh, I have a client. Normally we have a great experience at this property, but I did book this category. They're not in the right category. Can you help escalate this along with the local team there as well? And sometimes you can fix things quicker than the clients can fix them themselves, and then you have earned now a client for life. So those quick fixes can really come in handy, especially when your clients are in destination and they're not happy. And then stay updated. You really, everyone should understand, especially if you are a newer travel advisor, being in this industry, you are committing to being a lifelong learner. There's always new updates, new travel trends. Suppliers will have new product or adjustments or the latest and greatest or renovations. Part of your job as a travel advisor is to really stay updated. So leverage and plug into those BDM relationships. That will really help you, especially for that top 10, 5 to 10 list that you've identified. You want to make sure you're really having a high level of expertise with the brands that you're selling again and again, and staying updated on all of those experiences. So I know that Ryan is in the feed and she has been answering questions on behalf of Wanderlust Campus. Please keep those questions coming. Those are phenomenal. But I also want to take just a few minutes to talk with you guys about the top BDM questions we hear over at Wanderlust Campus from our new agents. And I'm going to share those with you and keep the questions coming. Ryan will keep answering any additional questions you have as well. All right. So the number one question I hear is, which BDM do I build a relationship with? Do I build a relationship with my host BDM, or do I build a relationship with my local BDM? And this is something to really think about. So you can think about this when you're in your host selection process, but also I want you to remember that you may not be with your host forever. At some point you may graduate out of hosting and go independent. So you really want to think about doing both. You don't want to have to rebuild and restart that whole relationship again. I'd really recommend plug into the host opportunities and things that they have there, but also see if you can get the name and the person that is the BDM in your local area and start building a bond there as well. That way, when and if you ever graduate out of the hosting system, you will be all set up with your own Rolodex of BDMs as well. All right, the second question that we always hear over at campus is, when can I expect to kind of get more VIP interactions with my BDM? Or when am I going to get invited on a fam trip? And how does that process work? And this really is a case-by-case basis. So a lot of times when they're working with your host, if they do have a fam trip, sometimes the fam trips will be assigned out and the host gets to pick who those are. But sometimes they'll have a fam trip that's available to the entire industry and you may be able to sign up that way as well. But I'll tell you, the secret is in the sauce. You will really kind of be able to get into more of the VIP stuff according to your total sales. You have more sales, your host is going to take notice, your BDM is going to take notice, and that will really change a dynamic when it comes to kind of working with certain BDMs. So keep that in mind. And that's also another reason not to work with 87,000 different suppliers. So if you can narrow that list down and work with a handful of suppliers and really get your sales built up within their networks, they will take notice. Another question we hear a lot is, if I decide to leave my host, am I going to have to start at the lowest commission tier? So a lot of the main suppliers in the industry will have these tiers of commission. If you have no sales tracked with them, you kind of start at 0, which is industry standards around 10% commission, and then you build based on your sales. So one of the suggestions and the secret tips that I'll give you is, make sure when you are completing your sales with the suppliers, make sure you are always tracking your own sales by supplier as well. So that way, when you get ready to graduate out of that hosting process, you can have a conversation with your BDM and say, look how much I sold with your supplier last year, with you last year. Can you bring me in at the next tier if you go independent? So those things sometimes can be negotiated. That's a little insider tip. So hopefully that's a helpful tip for you. All right, now, this is a question I probably get the most, BDMs. How do I get my Disney and or Universal BDM? How do I get one assigned? Disney and Universal are a little bit different animals in terms of when you'll get one assigned. Now, if you're working with a host, they probably have one assigned already. That's great. You're going to have to work through them. They don't necessarily have those local relationships or do additional work to work with you locally, like in the other question we had earlier. However, the other thing to know is when and if you go independent someday, it all goes by sales. The minute you hit certain sales brackets, Disney has this process called earmarking. And this is one of the things we work with our clients on, is get in there and get those sales for Disney. And once you hit the different tiers, they will actually call you. So you'll get them assigned when you reach certain sales levels. And so just know that as you grow in the industry as well. So guys, I hope this was helpful for you today. Thank you so much for spending some time with us here at Wanderlust Campus. And a big thank you to my cohort, Ryan, who's been answering all of your other questions in the feed. And keep those questions coming. If you think of them later, we'll check back on the YouTube video and answer as many as we can. So thanks again to Host Agency Reviews for having us for Host Week. And no matter where you are in your journey, I wish you so much love, so much abundance. I wish you the world. We'll see you guys next time.
Oh, thank you so much, Cindy. And Ryan, thank you so much for answering the questions in the chat. Honestly, having been a BDM myself, I can definitely tell you, I really agree with everything that you said. And as BDMs, they are there to support you and elevate those client experiences for you. They're your insider track to the supplier for sure. So for our final EDU spot of the day, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Stacy, the founder of Star Stuff Travel, with over 13 years experience in the industry. She's going to take us through breaking boundaries and stepping out of your comfort zone. From someone who built their own business from the ground up, I can really think of no one else better for this topic. And I want to send a thank you to Just Adventures for sponsoring this final EDUSPOT. And if you're interested in learning more about them, please go watch their pre-recorded session from Tuesday. So now, Stacy, take it away.
Hey everyone, I am so excited today to present a topic that I am so passionate about. Before I get started, can you see my screen because I am having a little bit of issues with it?
We are not seeing it now. I did see it backstage, but it's good. We've got a few minutes so we can try and figure this out for you.
I am so sorry, guys. Just bear with me. Of course, you have to have.
Oh,
there you go. So you see my notes. Give me 1 second. I
see it backstage, so we'll get it front stage once you're ready.
This is all about getting out of that comfort zone, right? Can you see my screen now at all?
I can see it backstage, yes.
Okay. Can you see the front part, like the whole
yes, you're good. We're good.
Okay. All right, perfect. But you know what? Hold on, I gotta get out. I'm so sorry, guys.
Oh, no apologies. It's tech.
Oh my gosh, guys! If you only knew. All right, this is really gonna give me a run for my money today. Presenter view.
We have to keep things interesting when we're using tech.
And listen, if anything, guys, this is really gonna add to today's discussion. All right. Can you see my screen?
I can see your screen. Luis, can you see? Yes, we're good.
We're good to go. All right.
I will leave you to it.
Thank you. I'm so sorry, guys. Welcome, everybody. This is a topic that I am so passionate about. And stepping out of your comfort zone for something like this and tech issues, hey, the nerves, they are going. So I am so passionate about this topic, and I'm really looking forward to talking to you about it. So when was the last time you truly stepped out of your comfort zone? Hi, I'm Stacy Cabell, the founder of Star Stuff Travel, and I started my industry experience about 13 years ago when I opened up Star Stuff Travel. And along the way, I realized that pushing past my comfort zone was the key to achieving growth, both personally and professionally. So this topic is really deeply personal to me because being in that uncomfortable feeling has been a constant theme in my journey, aka just like right now. It's taught me a lot of resilience. It's taught me about building my confidence, and it's really opens up doors that I never dreamt were possible. And I promise you all that if I'm capable of pushing myself out of my comfort zone, every single one of you is capable as well. But before we get started, I want to share something with you, which is going to really mean a lot. I have suffered with severe social anxiety my entire life, why a tech issue like this could really push me a little cuckoo. And I've also suffered with imposter syndrome. Presenting here for all of you today is actually a true testament to stepping outside of your comfort zone. This session is all about showing you how to take those first bold steps towards the beginning of growth and a growth mindset. So we only have a short amount of time today to talk about this, so let's jump right in. What is a comfort zone, and why does a comfort zone actually hold us back? A comfort zone is actually a psychological state of mind where you feel safe and secure, but you're never challenged to grow while you're in the comfort zone. While it really may feel reassuring to stay where it's cozy and warm and feels all comfortable, this space limits innovation, personal development, and professional growth. Fear of failure or resistance to change are natural, but giving into them are going to keep you guys stuck. So it's important to know that these feelings will hold you back by making you hesitant to trying something new or to taking risks that are really needed to make it to the next level. And it's okay to feel scared when you're stepping outside of your comfort zone. That fear is part of the process. Many of us actually physically experience symptoms like nausea, racing heart, or like right now when my slides didn't work properly, handshaking. That was a big one for me. Not enough people talk about how uncomfortable leaving your comfort zone actually feels. So it's really important to remind yourself that those feelings are 100% normal and to push yourself anyway. My old me, I probably would have shut my laptop and moved on once my tech didn't work, but it's important to keep pushing when you don't feel great. That's where the real growth happens. Something I really remember still when I was early on in my career, which I want to talk about because I know that there's a lot of newer agents on here, is that there was a conference that I needed to travel to, my very first travel conference, and I had not traveled out of the country yet by myself, let alone had I attended a conference where I didn't know anybody. And I was so nervous. The week before I was supposed to leave, I actually remember convincing myself that I was sick. And in retrospect, I can remember really doing that a lot in the beginning. I was so nervous, but I didn't let my fear win. I actually decided to push myself and I made it to the conference somehow. And when I arrived, I took things literally hour by hour. And by the end of the conference, I built connections that were instrumental to the foundation of my career. Attending that first conference allowed me to recognize that even though it felt awful when I was pushing myself, the rewards I felt afterwards were nothing short of amazing. What came out of pushing myself way back then? Not only am I hosted at several conferences now year after year, I write for some of the conference companies for their blogs and their magazines. I speak at some of their conferences. And that experience was truly the very first one that taught me that fear and discomfort, including those handshaking moments like I just had, they're all part of the process, and they often come before significant growth and opportunity. So in the travel industry, stepping out of your comfort zone is going to look like maybe trying something new on social media, maybe an ad campaign to promote your business, or maybe a live video on social media, for the first time. It might feel intimidating initially, but these small steps can lead to increased engagement, trust, and new clients, which at the end of the day, my friends, all leads to business growth. These actions are not about perfection, but they're about connection and growth. So now let's talk about the power of stepping out. When you step out of your comfort zone, you meet new people, you build meaningful relationships, and you discover opportunities you never knew existed. Networking is crucial in our industry. And if you're not aware of that, it is very important. It's not about just making new contacts either. It's about really creating a supportive network of professionals who can help you open up doors for you and your business. And listen, I know firsthand that networking can be extremely hard when you're coming from maybe like outside of the sales world, but it's important to do it. When I find myself in situations where I don't feel maybe necessarily like I do belong, whether it's because others might have more experience than me, or maybe they hold higher titles than I do, I try to remember that no matter how successful someone is, they all started at the same place as me at one time or another. And that really makes me feel better. Everyone had a first step in their journey. And just the thought of that helps ease my nerves and allows me to focus on learning and growing rather than feeling out of place. As far as resilience and confidence goes, every time you push past fear, you build resilience. It's just like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it actually gets. With each success, no matter how small, your confidence is going to grow, which is going to make it easier for you to face the next challenge. When it comes to innovation and adaptability, stepping into the unknown pushes you to think creatively and adjust quickly to new situations, which, as all of you know, is very important in our business. Whether it's trying out a fresh new marketing approach or exploring a new travel niche, embracing that discomfort often leads to innovation and exciting new possibilities. I have a great example I would like to talk to you guys about. So last year, I had graduated from the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Business Program, and I had considered pitching myself to present for Goldman Sachs because they had the exact audience that I really, really wanted to connect with. Man, I was very nervous. Goldman Sachs, I was so nervous. So I was really nervous because I wasn't sure that my idea would resonate with them, or maybe they would think it was too bold of me to even ask to present for them. However, I knew they had that audience that I wanted to desperately reach, and unless I was going to wait for an invitation from them, which could probably never happen, I had to send the email. There was no other way. After a lot of second guessing, I decided to send that email anyway, and to my surprise, they set up a Zoom meeting and booked me to present for their business program, just like I wanted. Now, what would have happened if I did not send that email because I was too scared? What I learned from this experience is that stepping out of my comfort zone actually opened a door I would have never had otherwise. Even though I felt nervous, I reminded myself that what I had to share was valuable information. And taking that first step gave me the confidence to tackle similar challenges in the future and showed me how important it is to trust in my own abilities. That's why stepping out of your comfort zone is so powerful. To help with this, guys, I would consider this. Ask someone you know, who you trust, to be your accountability partner. Because when you say your goal out loud, it actually creates a sense of commitment and you're more likely to follow through. This approach has always worked for me. Once I tell someone what my intentions are, I feel a really strong need to actually make them happen. Now, I want you to think of a recent moment where fear actually did hold you back. Maybe there was a conference you wanted to attend, or maybe there was social media you're not pushing yourself enough on to be visible because you're afraid of what others might say or what others might think. Now, don't consider what negatively would have happened. Just consider the positives of what you could have gained if you actually pushed through those uncomfortable feelings. Doing this exercise really can help reinforce the value of leaning into that discomfort. Now, adopting a growth-minded, oriented mindset is so important. And a way you can do that is by seeing challenges as opportunities to learn and grow instead of things to avoid. And remember, like we talked about a few slides ago, it's going to feel yucky. You just have to remember, you have to still push through when you feel uncomfortable, when you start to look at those challenges as opportunities. But now you have a few tools in your tool belt to help you better deal with those feelings when they do come up. A great way to changing your mindset is when facing challenges, shift your perspectives to see them more of a learning opportunity. Ask yourself, what can I take away from this experience? Reflecting on lessons learned helps you grow and prepares you for future opportunities. And one of my absolute favorite strategies for this is celebrating my small wins. For example, if you've recently stepped out of your comfort zone, like speaking up in a meeting or trying a new marketing idea, recognize the effort. Take the time to celebrate those small wins. Every small step adds up, and eventually stacks into bigger achievements. Progress builds momentum, and it's a reminder that the smallest actions can lead to significant growth over that time. Now, each step outside of your comfort zone is a step to becoming the best version of yourself, both personally and professionally. Now, let's take a real quick recap at what we've covered today. How to face your fears, build confidence, and those uncomfortable moments that we use to create real success. We've talked about a few actionable steps you can take right now and how shifting your mindset towards growth can completely change your path. All of these things work together to help you grow, not just in business, but as a person too. This quick 15-minute webinar, guys, is literally just scratching the surface. A growth-oriented mindset takes a lot of time and dedication. So I really encourage you to make an effort to learn more about this topic. The more you invest in your mindset, the closer you'll get to living your best life. Now, what is one bold step you can take out of your comfort zone? Doesn't have to be huge. It can be as simple as trying something new on social media or reaching out to a new supplier. Take 1 minute right this moment and write it down and put it in paper so you know what to do. Set a deadline for yourself, and like we talked about, say it out loud to an accountability partner. Because, like we talked about, when you say your goals out loud, you're more likely to follow through. Thank you so much for being here today and putting up with my little mishap in the beginning and taking the first step towards you getting out of your comfort zone. Remember, it's not about making huge leaps all at once. It's all about the small, consistent steps that lead to incredible growth. Trust yourself, embrace yourself, and believe in your ability to achieve greatness. And I would love for you guys all to follow me on my personal social media, because I do talk about a ton of this topic. And if you feel the need, I would love to be your accountability partner. Definitely reach out. And lastly, before we wrap up, I wanted to mention that Star Stuff Travel currently has a promotion for new agents. If you're interested, you can find more details on the Host Week promotion page. Feel free to check it out after the session. Whew. Now, I believe if I have a few more minutes, I may be able to answer a few questions.
You have a few more minutes and you have a few more questions. So I think we can line those up. Thank you for this. This is such a wonderful way to end our Thursday. So thank you so much. Tech issues are the norm. I think it would be odd if there wasn't a tech issue every day. So we kind of like it. It gives the day some character. So I love it. So I do have a few questions. There's also been a lot of love for you in the chat. So if you have an opportunity after the presentation, please go scroll back through the chat for sure.
Thank you.
But I have a few questions. So one is, how do you deal with failure, which is bound to happen?
And it's bound to happen. I have to truly remind myself that I'm not the only one that hits those failures. And I know that this is not a failure, that I had a tech issue today, but as somebody that does have social anxiety, it could be very easy for me to go down the rabbit hole and be like, what a mess, oh my gosh, everybody's blah, blah, blah. You have to remind yourself, everybody has a failure. And my biggest advice is that when you're through that hump, step back and say, what did this failure teach me? Because honestly, there's always a lesson in failure. I have received some of my best messages from the universe in times that I had a failure.
I couldn't agree with you more. I always say my biggest failures, if you will, and I don't even love the word failure, but have turned into my biggest rewards, because it's, yeah, exactly. I always say that. And I actually always share my biggest failures with my team, where like throughout my career, where I felt like I have made some very large mistakes. And I share those so that they know that mistakes happen, and we just, they're going to happen, and that's okay. And we learn from them and we keep moving forward. So
vulnerability. I love it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I love it. Vulnerability is like my middle name.
That's a whole nother Zoom.
I know. I'm an open book. So anyone who knows me. I do have another question. Was there anything specific that you've used to regulate or sit with your uncomfortable emotions?
Journaling. Journaling is so huge for me. I actually, I'm cleared my desk just in case there was a view of my desk, but I have a journal that I use every single day. I actually have two journals. I have a gratitude journal, which helps me when I'm not feeling so great, remember all the things that I'm grateful for. And then I have another journal where I actually just journal everything that happened in my day. Journaling is amazing, not just for the time that you're going through those emotions, but I like to look back maybe like a couple months down the road. I'll take some time. I'll look back how I was feeling a couple months back. And it just reminds you of the actual progress that you've made. So journaling is such a, not enough people journal. So I highly recommend it.
Oh, thank you. That's fantastic. I know quite a few of my friends do. So, and they live by it. So they absolutely love it. Those are the questions we have. I have to tell you, while we've been chatting, there's been so much more love for you continued in the comments. So please go check that out. But thank you so much for ending off our day on such a wonderful note. And it's just been so lovely. So, thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Make sure to check me out. I'd love to support you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have it. Another day of Host Week under our belts. I am in shock. I don't know where the day went. I got to go eat some food. So what do we have in store for you tomorrow? Lots of new things. Well, first of all, big party. One that you don't want to miss. We are having our annual Luminary Awards ceremony, and it's going to be a ton of fun to recognize the best of the best in the industry. So that's at 3 p.m. Central Time. You do not want to miss it. And following our tradition, you will also hear the HAR team sing. Yes, we leaned right into the karaoke question that we asked all of our hosts in Consortia. I am also not even going to tell you how long it took us to record it because we just wanted it to be perfect. But before we get into tomorrow, if you are loving Host Week as much as we are, we have an ongoing calendar of amazing speakers and topics all year long. So what is coming up, you ask? On February 12th, we have PTN Travel. They're going to talk about demystifying luxury travel for aspiring advisors. On February 14th, we're bringing back Just Adventures to talk about the importance of branding and marketing your travel business in 2025. On February 19th, Vacation Planners will be talking beyond the booking, story-driven sales that last. And then on February 26th, we will be talking with Travel Industry Solutions on how to find clients without feeling overwhelmed. So a lot more content. Please come and join us for those webinars. These do continue on a weekly basis-ish, so make sure to check back if there's any speaker or topic that's of interest. We host these year-round. We also have our weekly Friday 15 podcast that we always hold in general, but we will have it tomorrow at 12 p.m. Central Time that we're going to be weaving into Host Week. So check that out if you haven't been to one before. Tomorrow we talk legal goodness, so you definitely want to join in for this one. And now, Luis, if you could pop back up the calendar for our final day tomorrow so I can let you all know what's coming up. So tomorrow at 11 a.m., we have our final coffee spot with Incentive Connection Travel. Please remember to register separately and stick around to the end so you have an opportunity to win one of the 15 Starbucks gift cards we will be giving away. We then have our one thing to know about tech tools. Oh, that's going to be fun. And we bring Travify right back. At 12 p.m., we have Welcome and Friday 15. So Steph will be back tomorrow with Chuni Wright, and we will do the Friday 15. Then we have our keynote, Where Travel AI Really Stands and Where It Is Going. Then we are going to get into our Get to Know a Consortium and get to know a host. So we have Signature Travel Network tomorrow. And then for your hosts, we have our final 4. So we have Vacation Planners, Travel Planners International, Cruise Planners, and finally, Valerie Wilson Travel. After that, we have our Luminary Awards. I kept saying it was 3 p.m. It is actually 2:10 Central Time. So please join us. The entire team will be there. Unfortunately, I will not. I will be on a flight home, but I will be there in spirit. And then to end off the day, we are going to have our EDUSPOTS, so the growth of accessible multi-gen travel, developing your sales process, and finally, how to leverage content to drive travel sales and improve client loyalty. You definitely want to stick around for those. And then this is the best part. We have our giveaways. So we have giveaways from Hilton, Celebrity Cruises, and Travel Republic Africa. So definitely stick around till the end of the day tomorrow. And as always, the HAR team is here. If you have any questions or things that aren't making sense to you and you need any clarification at all, drop us a line anytime in the comments or hello@hostagencyreviews.com. From all of us here at Host Agency Reviews, both on the screen and off, thanks again for joining us. And we'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Time for Incentive Connection Travel's CoffeeSpot, and at 11:55 Central Time for the One Thing with Becky DaCosta to get us started on the day. So finally, I leave it with Juan and Luis to play that final tune.